Our celebrities went, and obviously we were off yesterday, but we were texting each other left and right over the course of the weekend after all of the stories of people passing. We'll start with Richard Simmons. A few interesting facts have come out. He refused medical attention after falling in his home before passing away the next day. Apparently his housekeeper wanted him to go to the doctor, but he wanted to enjoy his birthday at home, and he had reportedly described himself as feeling dizzy before falling. He told his housekeeper he'd think about going to the doctor the next day, but when she came back, his housekeeper found him unresponsive on the floor next to his bed. So
I had heard, and I don't know if there's anything to it. He had been treated for some sort of skin cancer recently.
It was a little while back.
Yeah.
I do remember that, Steve. But who knows if this contributed to this at all yet?
It doesn't
it's still
seem
early.
to
It doesn't
have,
seem either. I mean, we had the case of, and I don't know why I'm drawing a blank.
Pauly Shore?
No. The comedian fell.
Bob Saget.
Bob Saget.
Yeah.
And, remember how mysterious that was.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be, fairly simple and unfortunate that it was I don't know if similar thing may have happened, that he fell and hit his head. We're going to have to wait and see what happened, or what caused the dizziness, or was the dizziness a symptom of something worse, and maybe, a stroke, or who knows,
You get to a certain age and it's falling is the thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Falling is and you'll see them. They'll ask, you've arrived in the hospital scenario when they ask you, do you have issues with falling? It's like, no, I'm good.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was terrible news to see, and especially since it was just his birthday, and there was all this excitement about, Pauly Shore and wanting to, we just had Pauly in here not that long ago, but, there were several projects he was apparently looking forward to and completing as well.
I hope they do reach some sort of fruition. Just a regular biography. The thing about him is that, for all of the sweating to the oldies and all that stuff, it was easily lampoonable, though that did make a difference to a lot of people in their lives, and he did help a lot of people beat weight issues, was that he always got the Richard Simmons thing.
Yeah, he knew it.
He got the joke of it as well.
Yeah.
So he never demurred from that. Whose line is it anyway, when he had fun with his, vague sexuality and everything, and that, it was great.
One of his last posts on his birthday on Friday said, "Thank you. I never got so many messages about my birthday in my life. I'm sitting here writing emails. Have a most beautiful rest of your Friday. Love, Richard." Little background on him, and I'm sure you've seen some by now, but he was born in New Orleans. He was a chubby boy. He was named Milton by his parents. He renamed himself Richard around the age of 10. He was trying to improve his self-image, and he would tell people that he ate to excess because he believed his parents liked his older brother more. He was teased by schoolmates and ballooned up to almost 200 pounds. He went to Italy as a foreign exchange student and ended up doing peanut butter commercials and some acting scenes in movies. And he later told the Associated Press, "I was fat, had curly hair. The Italians thought I was hysterical. I was the life of the party." His life changed after he got an anonymous letter. I'd never heard this story before. He said, "One dark, rainy day, I went to my car and I found a note, and it said, 'Dear Richard, you're very funny, but fat people die young. Please don't die.'" And that was kind of what made him head down the path. And he went to what he called the starvation diet, and it left him thin but very ill. And after the crash diet, he gained back 65 pounds. Eventually, he was able to devise his own sensible plan to take off the pounds and keep them off. He said, "I went into the business because I couldn't find anything that I liked." And obviously he turned that into an
empire
industry. He was just huge in the 1980s. His show was insanely popular. I used to watch it. I wasn't watching it to exercise. I watched it because it was kind of funny.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. And he would have non-gym looking people in the show working out with him. He had overweight people. He had average looking people. He wasn't doing it as sex appeal.
And I don't care how cynical you were, if you sat down and watched one of those episodes, and he'd have somebody who had lost weight, and you'd be like, that is pretty inspiring.
Yeah. Speaking of Pauly Shore, he was part of the online tributes. A lot of them obviously came out. He said, "I would just like everyone else to, I just got the word like everyone else that the beautiful Richard Simmons has passed." He said, "I hope you're at peace and twinkling up in the heavens. You're one of a kind, Richard, an amazing life, an amazing story."
I have to admit that over the past years that we haven't heard a lot from him, and I don't know why I would like to, but I'd like to find out what he was up to, what was going on, why he chose to sort of go into hiding, so to speak.
And then we had another one hit. After a prolonged battle with cancer, Shannon Doherty passed away on Saturday at the age of 53. She was surrounded by her loved ones. She was first diagnosed with breast cancer in 2015. She went into remission in 2017, only to have the cancer return in 2019 as stage 4 metastatic cancer. Last summer, she revealed that her cancer had spread to her brain and would require surgery. And throughout her illness, she remained committed to raising awareness and funds for cancer research, determined to show people that with terminal cancer still have much to contribute. Despite her health struggles, she continued working and had a strong desire to continue living to the fullest. She believed that it was important to stay active and maintain a positive outlook on life. Her strength and determination were recognized by her colleagues, including Brian Austin Green, who praised her as an inspiration. Numerous stars responded to her death, expressing the sadness and paying tribute to the late star as well. So, most of the cast members of 90210 and all that.
So Luke Perry was 52, 53 when he passed?
Yeah, he was young as well. Yeah. And that was a really sad one. Since the 2022 podcast, The House of Hallowell, it's been hosted by the original cast members from Charmed. So Holly Marie Combs, Brian Krause, and Drew Fuller would go episode by episode talking about secrets, behind-the-scenes info about their time on the show. And they went on hiatus last October. But just a week ago, they announced that it was rebooting with Shannon Doherty joining the team. The first episode dropped yesterday. And before it, Krause gave an emotional introduction saying, Shannon will be dearly missed, and we are so honored that she had come on with us or had us along with her on this new incarnation of the House of Hallowell. We went on to say that prior to Doherty's death, or he went on to say prior to Doherty's death, we were lucky enough to record episodes in the last week or so. And Shannon was just so motivated and determined to help make this show a success and give all of you more insight into what it was like making and having fun and behind the scenes of Charmed. So I think they managed to record like 5 episodes with her, and this is the week of her passing.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty amazing.
Really,
so
wow.
she must have been in fairly decent shape to do that.
So
I don't know.
She was also really comprehensive remember you had the story about her divvying up furniture and making sure that everything was specifically, everyone knew what they were getting. Like, she was going to great extremes. Mm-hmm. She knew it was coming.
She did.
Wasn't being a Pollyanna about it. And so she did a lot of preparation, which is pretty amazing. It's my understanding also that she created a list of people she wants to attend her funeral and people she does not want to attend.
Okay.
Yeah. So she made a lot of lists.
So she also, and this is talking about right down to the wire, she agreed to the terms of her divorce, signing the papers one day before she died. Her ex, Kurt, signed the day after, which happened to be the day that she passed.
So there's an article, like an op-ed from her best friend, Shannon Doherty's best friend, ripping the husband, the ex-husband apart, saying what a scumbag he was while she was going through all this stuff, that he was withholding financial information and making it much more difficult while she was dealing with all this. So,
Well, she agreed to the terms, I don't know what those were. And then a third one, Ruth Westheimer, Dr. Ruth.
Yes.
She passed away at 96 years old. She rose to prominence in the 80s with a frank and oftentimes fun way of talking about sex across radio and television programs. She was restful when she passed away. Her son and daughter were with her, this is according to her publicist, holding her hand at that moment. They said it was as peacefully as she could possibly go. I was reading, and it was a lengthy story about Dr. Ruth.
It's a long life.
My goodness. And escaping, Nazi Germany.
Yes.
And almost killed by bomb blasts. And this woman went through a lot.
It's an amazing life. And she became the, every generation generates somebody like this, whether it be Dr. Joyce Brothers or Dr. Phil or Dr. Ruth. And she was all over the place.
Well, and she was the perfect vehicle, too, because she was this little old lady talking frankly, openly about sex. And, you couldn't believe what she was saying. None of it was gratuitous. It was all clinical information and straight-ahead stuff. And it was I thought it really lightened up the conversation
It did.
quite a
Yeah.
bit, and it made it easier for people to have important
Orgasms.
open conversations about orgasms.
Yeah.
She was a family friend. My Aunt Susan was pretty close with Dr. Ruth, and so I felt bad for my aunt this weekend because she lost a friend. But she had her over for dinner several times, and when Dr. Ruth would come over for dinner, even though she was a very tiny person, she would command the room. Everybody would be paying attention to everything
No
that
doubt.
she said.
Right, very smart woman.
She served in the military herself, did she not?
Yeah.
She got her start on radio when she was in her 50s with the show Sexually Speaking, which aired for just 15 minutes after midnight on Sundays in 1980. And she would go on to have a syndicated calling show, published guidebooks, and appeared in some movies, too. So sad news, but she lived a long and very interesting life. All right, outside of all the people that died over the weekend, Alec Baldwin broke into tears after his involuntary manslaughter trial was dropped on Friday. He had been charged for his alleged involvement in the death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins after a gun he was handling for the movie Rust was discharged with live ammunition. The judge dismissed the case after it came to light the prosecutors potentially buried evidence that could have revealed how live information was on the set. The late discovery of this evidence during the trial impeded the effective use of the evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, according to the judge.
So I was reading, this one lawyer was talking about as close to an in-court bombshell as you can possibly have. Like they presented an envelope to the judge, saw that the evidence was being withheld from the defense. It was live ammunition that was in this manila envelope. And right then and there, the judge goes, nope, this is done.
Baldwin's lawyers claim the man connected to Rust armor Hannah Gutierrez-Reed turned over ammunition to authorities that he believed was connected to the case, and that prosecutors didn't preserve those bullets, didn't collect them at all, or turn them over. And it also came to light at the trial that the ammunition handed over was filed separately from other Rust evidence, and the prosecutor was apparently involved in that decision.
So this goes to the age-old question. Do you store your bullets on the countertop or do you put it in the fridge?
I think to be safe, the fridge.
Yeah.
You know, I mean.
You don't know.
Yeah, and they stay fresher.
They stay fresher, I think.
That way. All right, I would like to play some audio. This is making the rounds big time today. Home Run Derby was last night.
Yeah.
And there was a performance with 4-time Grammy-nominated Ingrid Andress. Not familiar with her. She's a country singer.
No.
And I think this is possibly the worst national anthem I've ever heard.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bad ones out there. There's a lot of great ones, but there are a handful of really well-known bad ones. But this is, we're going to play a little bit of this in case you haven't heard it.
And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
I mean,
wow.
if you were to pull someone off the street and have them sing, the chances are they would do a better job. To learn that she is a 4-time Grammy nominee, I'm guessing that's an off night.
I'm saying that's an awful night.
Do you think it has to do with the stadium delay?
It may have a little bit to
Right.
do, but any professional singer that is worth their salt at one time or another has had an audio issue, and especially one who's 4 times Grammy nominated, has probably played a whole lot of live shows in a whole lot of different scenarios, have probably experienced something like that before. Maybe this was her first time doing the national anthem, but you would think she would rehearse that ahead of time. The thing about the national anthem is, if you do not start low enough, by the time you get to "And the Rocket's Red Glare," you're in a lot of trouble. There's nowhere for you to go.
Do they routinely hand the people who are doing that or give them an in-ear monitor?
I don't know. That's a good question. I have seen many people sing the national anthem at live events, and sometimes I've seen them without the monitor. Which means that you sing something, it goes, bounces against the other wall, and the signal bounces back, and you're hearing a delayed signal of yourself. And if you've never spoken like that or sung, it's very, very confusing. and you just have to turn off your ears essentially.
Well,
it's really, really weird.
We've used the vocal jammer a couple of times. In fact, we have that audio from years ago of our intern Kill Bill trying to recite copy.
Yep.
It throws you off.
But this was just
Unbelievable.
bad. Some people were comparing it to Fergie's rendition at the NBA All-Star game in 2018. But Fergie was doing a different style of it. She had changed it to more of a jazzy version as opposed to the traditional national anthem. This girl was just off key.
So you remember years and years ago, Jose Feliciano did the.
He got roasted for that, and so did
Roseanne.
Well, yeah, she was doing a lampooning of it, but no, guitarist. My God, why I'm having trouble with names.
Joe
today.
Satriani.
Hang on. Blues, the all-time greatest.
Stevie King.
No, Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Ray Vaughan.
Did a version. He played on a dobro, and he got eaten alive for that too.
Oops.
What?
That. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, like, I don't know that version, but
It's pretty bad too.
And then, so if you just, Whitney Houston comes in and just does it straight up but a lot of gusto.
Yeah.
And it's legendary.
But this was just bad.
This is pretty friggin' bad.
I feel bad for her.
I sense another nomination coming.
My dad sang the national anthem every single 4th of July at the Rutledge 4th of July festivities, and it was his thing, and it was it was decent, right? My dad's a church singer.
Yeah.
And then one year they decided, hey, there are these kids from the town that play in the school band. Why don't we get them
To accompany?
him?
Oh,
Okay,
man.
so now
wow.
my dad's trying to sing the national anthem with like 3rd and 4th graders.
Oh, no.
I was like,
Had they rehearsed it?
probably, but like, these weren't.
Yeah.
These weren't 3rd or 4th graders that were on their way to Berkeley. These
Right.
are 3rd or 4th graders that just own the instruments. Yeah.
Wow, it can go bad. And it did, absolutely. Couple other quick things. Actress Blythe Danner was taken by ambulance after an unknown medical situation at a charity event in East Hampton, New York on Saturday. Danner was at the Springs Food Pantry's Eat in the Hidden Gardens 2024 event when EMTs were called, looked her over, transported her to a nearby facility as a precaution. Both a spokesperson for Goop and Danner's own spokesperson insisted that the actress is completely fine.
Is there a Goop-specific ambulance that shows up?
Maybe there is.
With members of the Danner clan?
Do we have
or
the
Gwyneth Paltrow?
sound of that vehicle as the Goop? Yeah, as it comes around the corner. You can hear it if you're driving. You got to get out of the way.
It's a Goopulance. It arrived.
Okay. Sorry. Hey, by the way, I just was getting text messages from our Olympian who is in Paris right now. We're going to have her on in about an hour.
Awesome.
It was supposed to be in about 15 minutes, but everything just got moved back.
Okay.
Thank you for the heads up, sir. Johnny Depp is seemingly ready to get back in the dating game. The 61-year-old actor is reportedly in a casual relationship with 28-year-old Russian beautician and model Yulia Vlasova. Sources say the two have been seeing each other here and there over the past 2 years. So the couple reportedly met in Prague in 2021 at the Karlovy Vary International Film Festival and have been spotted together occasionally,
Do
including
you have any pirate in you?
at a concert in July 2022. So,
Would you like some pirate in you?
so he is going for somebody a little younger.
He seems to have brushed up his look a little bit. I don't know if that was just one photo that I saw, but that he seemed to be going a little bit less pirate and vagabond and more
Okay.
man at his age.
And if he just wipes some of that stuff off,
You got a little schmutz.
he will look better.
Yeah. The dude's a good-looking guy. He's a great actor.
I think he hates his good looks.
I think he does. I think he thinks. I think you're exactly right. Out of the get-go, he did everything he could do to fly in the face.
Yeah.
Look at the roles. Edward Scissorhands and all those roles were meant to, chop down that pretty boy thing
Yep, absolutely.
that we had to deal with for so long.
Listen, we figured it out.
Yeah,
thankfully.
I became hideous.
Yeah,
and that's how I fought it.
If you work at it, you can change
I work
it.
hard.
Matt Damon and his wife Luciana's day at a Greek beach was disrupted as was the day for about 4,000 other tourists. The two were among the many who were evacuated from the Praga Beach area Saturday after police received an email claiming that explosive devices were placed at 4 popular tourist destinations on the Greek island, 2 of them on the beach where Damon and his wife were.
Were they actually discovered, or was it just a threat?
No, it was just a threat. So, the beaches were cleared. Law
I would
enforcement
check the Fudgy Wudgy containers.
went to work investigating the threat, which thankfully turned out to be a hoax. Yeah, I mean, because they push those things along the beach.
If you're going to put a bomb in it, right?
Yeah, it's mobile. You can move it anywhere. Wow.
Have you guys seen the trailer for The Instigators, which is on Apple TV Plus next month?
It did, yeah.
It's a heist movie, and it's him and Casey Affleck, and it looks really good. And he hasn't. I don't think he's been like the star of a movie for a while, but I'm looking forward to it.
Nice.
Matt Damon is so damn good in Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah.
He is.
He is so good.
And yesterday, Rounders was on.
Yeah.
Just randomly. And I haven't watched that movie in a while. I was going somewhere, so I only watched like about 20 minutes or so of it. He's fan-freaking-tastic in that movie, too.
I love him in even the secondary roles. And he's grown into, again, I was never that enamored of him. Even after Good Will Hunting, I thought, okay. But he's become a much more versatile actor.
Couple other quick things. After being engaged for 6 long years, Eddie Murphy and Paige Butcher have tied the knot.
Yay!
Murphy and Butcher got married last Tuesday in Anguilla during a small private ceremony in front of family and close friends. Yeah,
we love
have.
Gorilla.
It's the second marriage for him, the first for the Australian model. The pair have 2 kids together, 8-year-old daughter Izzy Una and 5-year-old son Max Charles. But they've been together for a long time. They've been together for, it says they dated for 12 and
2018
engaged for 6 years.
Yeah. So,
Damn.
Did you watch XLF over the weekend?
I did not.
All right, no problem.
I got to do it. And then, then there was that. No, one last story, and then we'll move on to the clips. Netflix has finally given a first look at the 5th and final season of Stranger Things. The streamer posted behind-the-scenes video that revealed 3 new actors joining the hit sci-fi show. Nell Fisher, Alex Bruo. Nell would fit right in
That would
on
be
that
perfect.
show.
Yeah. She'd be the only one to understand the Demogorgon. The thing would be like...
Yeah. Alex Bro and Jake Connolly. The video itself is narrated by main cast members, with Caleb McLaughlin confirming that they're about halfway done with production. If you're looking for spoilers, the video avoids revealing what fans can expect from the final season. It also highlights the 4 main boys huddling around a radio, Dustin sporting a Hellfire Club t-shirt, a few shots of the Upside Down, and more. And it's not confirmed when season 5 of Stranger Things will air, but it is expected to drop sometime in 2025.
So I actually hope that they do a week-to-week episode release. I want to spread it out.
I believe, Steve, they're going to do it in 2 separate releases.
Seasons,
I
okay.
think they're going to release 5 episodes and then take like a month break and then maybe 5 more. I kind of like that.
That's okay.
Approach too. I think that's pretty good.
I don't trust myself to not burrow through everything in one shot.
Yeah,
because the just hearing that music, just love going into that world.
And there's word that each episode may be like an hour and 20, hour and a half long
like
per
a movie.
episode.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. Getting 10 movies out of this would be incredible.
Yeah.
So very much looking forward to that. All right, and I'm looking forward to playing the clips for you now. So let's do those. Oddity follows a psychic who is well versed in the use of cursed objects as she tries to uncover the mystery behind her sister's brutal murder. In this clip, director and writer Damien McCarthy describes what makes a good jump scare.
It's trying to take what the audience knows, what they're expecting, and then just trying to find a way to flip it. Misdirection obviously helps if you keep showing a doorway, but then it's coming from this side. Cheap tricks, but they work. But I guess it's kind of the audience is on board journey because they know it's coming, but they just don't know when.
Guy talks fast.
Dave, that guy sounds like your standard Irish.
That's right. Because he comes to the door, what have I been?
Oddity will make its way to theaters. This Friday. Here's our next clip. Twisters shows how a dose of movie magic can replicate something as crazy as real-life natural disaster. Here, Daisy Edgar Jones shared what filming was like.
We had actual jet engines on set, actual debris and dirt and rain. Also, plus that, the environment of actual Oklahoma, which is like it was so hot. I felt like being put, what I can imagine being like tumble-dried felt like.
I don't give a
Twisters releases this Friday in theater.
This one actually, judging by the trailer, makes the original look like it was written by David Mamet.
I know, man.
I mean, it looks really hokey.
I guess that since it worked for that first one, that they're going to take it and then some and run with it. But I don't think I'm going to be seeing it.
No.
I don't think I need to see that.
Nope.
All right, and that is the entertainment report for you this morning. Okay, so we've had a little switch in the schedule.
A little switcheroo.
So we are going to have Olympic track and field athlete Allison Wilson, who's from Delaware County and is in Paris right now, reaching out to us. We were scheduled to have her on in about 10 minutes or so. That's going to be scooted till around 8-ish, something like that. So we'll see how this plays out, because we also have Jennifer Bilotta, who's from Comcast, and is here to tell us about the full coverage and everything you can expect and any questions that we might have concerning the coverage of the Olympics. So we'll get it all hashed out and figured out. But here's another thing that we're doing today, and this is new, and it's each day this week. It is the Hershey Park Secret Text Trivia Contest. So if you're interested in winning a 4-pack of Hershey Park tickets, text the word Hershey Park to 39333. Do that now. We're going to send you back the Hershey Park Secret Text Trivia question. And then later in the show, we'll ask you to call in with the answer. It's kind of like the secret text word, but a little bit more work involved. It'll be a trivia question that you will have to answer.
Very cool.
So make sure that you do that right now. And for a limited time, if you buy 2 tickets, you get 1 free at HersheyPark.com. That offer will end on July 25th, so you can't pass that up if you would like to head to Hershey Park. So get it underway. We're going to be doing that each day this week. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment on a ever so slightly steamy Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. Elko. It was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did, and you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to.
Let's focus on what's important. I won! Again! Where do you want to go to dinner, Casey?
Honestly, I thought for sure.
They're hugging.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. Now, I've seen a lot of people hating me, and I didn't know what to feel about that, so I guess I didn't like you much then either. During this fight, I seen a lot of changing. The way yous felt about me and the way I felt about you. In here, there were 2 people killing each other. But I guess that's better than 20 million. What I'm trying to say here, if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. I just want to say to my kid who should be at home cleaning, don't forget to scrub the toilets. I love you.
He's a champion anyway.
Not really. I'm the champion. Here's the thing. What's great for you guys is, because what I was thinking is if Casey won, then the whole competition would have been evened out and we had to do it again. Now, I'm clearly
now there's no
the
grudge
winner.
match. There's no grudge match.
2-0.
No rematch.
Ain't going to be no
I
rematch.
win. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I didn't disappoint my Bucks County residents and friends.
You honestly, you
Mom,
both
Dad, I love
played
you.
very well. Kathy, you played very well. You did. You and I mean, especially honestly in the trivia, you pulled some things out of the proverbial ass that I had no hope you would get, and you got it.
Thank you
So
very
amazing.
much. Oh my God. Ugh. This was so fun. Thank you guys.
Of course it was fun.
This
No,
was
it
great.
sucked. I
What
think
a
for everybody.
fair contest you guys pulled off.
Now watch us find out that Soups is actually the name of the place.
Then I would have 100 points and I'd still lose. By the way, Kathy, you mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that there's 33 Dunkin' Donuts locations
Oh,
in
there's
Delaware
26 in Bucks County.
County? Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because you did the Wawa question last year.
Do you know how many swim clubs there are in Bucks County?
Listen, you know what? I want to know. I don't know if we're going to do this now or not, but some of the questions that we didn't go over because there was something that I was sure you guys were going to answer, and I really put a lot of time studying it.
What was it?
I have several other ones, and we don't have time to do it now.
time.
But maybe
Okay.
next week we can go through some of the questions
them.
because
We'll do a question purge.
I'm dying to know.
So one of the big things in Bucks County was, and specifically Levittown, was the LPRA pools, and I thought for sure you were going to ask questions about those.
Nothing came up about
Oh,
that.
okay.
So
And because we were both lifeguards, I could have sworn there was going to be. There were a couple of things where I'm like, all right, what do Kathy and I both have in common? Dunkin' Donuts was obviously the one. And, and I thought about Acme, but I wasn't sure how many Acmes there were in Bucks County.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick something that both counties had in common.
I know. And
I tried to see if there was maybe a famous person that was born in one county and went to school in another or lived in another, and I couldn't come up with anybody.
How about this one?
Okay.
William Penn founded two towns on either side of Philadelphia, and he called them new towns. Okay, so there's a Newtown, Bucks County, and a Newtown, Delaware County. Same question, different answers. So
Interesting.
Newtown, Delaware County was founded in 1681, and then you guys were like 1684 or something like that.
Well, William Penn actually was born in Rutledge and opened up the first sweet roll shop in Croydon.
Yeah.
I did so much research. Meanwhile, we both were like, no, we're not doing anything.
Kathy, Marissa, there's a couple of pieces of paper underneath my
I
computer.
did so much research on, and it didn't need to be because I knew you weren't going to stick to Levittown, even though that's where I grew up. But there's all of those sections. All of the sections have different street name or have the street names with the same letter of the section. So I memorized 3 street names for each section. In case you asked me the same question.
Well, but then both of you were full of crap that you weren't studying.
Dude.
Listen,
did
and
you
it
see my
wasn't
study
until
sheet here?
Look at his study sheets.
Yeah.
it
there.
wasn't until last
It looks
night.
like his tax returns.
Steve, I did it last night laying in bed. My cousin Katie texted me and she goes, if you're not studying, I'm going to be so angry. And I was like, oh no, I'm studying, I promise.
Yeah, so like shopping, I'm surprised you guys didn't ask me about the bazaar. I remembered because the bazaar's not there anymore, but I remember.
Casey, there was a question about the bazaar that was, what is the name of the store that used to sell rock T-shirts at the bazaar?
That might have been Comic Universe. I don't know.
No, it was
for
Rock
sure.
Tees.
Rock Tees, yeah.
So you wouldn't have gotten that one right.
And I want to thank Levittown Now because they did an article on, or they did an interview with me a while back, but he sent over like a fact sheet on Bucks County.
Really?
Do you know what the population is in your county?
You know what? I didn't go there because I thought we kind of covered that yesterday.
Yeah.
What is it in Delaware County?
562,960.
I know there's 17,311 homes in Levittown. Oh my God!
Ridley Creek State Park is 2,600 acres. There's 191 square miles in all of Delaware County, 184 of which is land.
Driftwood Water Adventures operates out of Tyler State Park and Falls Park.
Yeah, Strathaven High School is actually named after Thomas Leaper's hometown in Scotland. And by the way, I'm going to start a petition now because the Strathaven mascot is the Panthers, and because it's named after a town in Scotland, I feel like their mascot should be the Griffins.
Okay,
The Griffins,
fair
all
enough.
right.
Start
Yeah.
that petition.
Nick Murphy, also from Bucks County. Did you know that there was a East and West Levittown? I did not know that, and it is split by Edgeley Road. Yes.
Wow. What's the oldest library in Bucks County?
Oh, you know what? I think is it gone? It's gone because the library that's there now is new.
Do you realize you're providing questions for when we do this again in 30
No,
years?
we're not doing it again. I win.
The first library, I think the oldest library in the country is in Delaware County, Casey.
If it is, then it's Darby Library because that's the oldest in the county. And then the longest tenured mayor in Delaware County, he's been mayor for 44 years, Frank Kelly in Collingdale.
Okay.
Shout out.
Bob Casey, Pat Toomey,
Yeah. Well, Bob Casey's for
Ryan
both
Fitzpatrick.
of us. Do you know who your city councilman chairman is?
No,
Or
I
your
didn't do councilman. I just
John
did the Senate and
McElwain,
House of Representatives.
Bob Brady. That's our.
What else do I have?
The 7th congressional district is vacant right now.
Levittown's 22 square miles.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
Has to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell. She, formerly of the Long Locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the Americans.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like
history in Russell.
It's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back and it was wonderful.
Oh, gee.
She plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. And those commies
In what?
in the Americans.
Oh, the Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's
no.
a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah.
You know
The Experts.
the experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Carrie Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No
Yeah.
kidding. Casey says she's
Got a hell of a poop. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the
Oh, yeah, this is nice. Is good stuff.
look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
So the kids are going to help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge. Oh, God. We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story, unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. Here we go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight.
Hangs
It hangs
tight.
on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
in Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed a few things.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
I absolutely positively.
He's back.
Yeah.
You know what he does. He notices things so you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're too busy sleeping 3 hours a day on your job.
Yes, it's
He's
true.
out there noticing.
Hey, you know what I noticed? I noticed that my penis looks a little bit bigger in the summertime.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think I know that's why is that? You tend to be trimmer in the summer, don't you?
No, actually, this is something that was on Reddit, and I just used me as an example. It's going to be a little bit toasty, gang. Today, triple digits, 100.
With a real feel of 1.
105 to 110.
I mean, come the F on.
Yep, the heat indexes with the humidity levels are sickening this year. And listen, I've lived in humid conditions in the Midwest and in Missouri. We got these horrible, humid, stagnant days regularly in the summertime. But the past few days have just been gross. I can't think of a better word than
Gross is the perfect word. And I find that no matter what the scenario is, and tell me if I'm just being ridiculous here, but that regardless of if you're in air conditioning or going in and out of buildings or whatever, somehow it gets to you. Somehow it permeates and somehow it robs you of energy. It just, it wipes you the F out. At least it does me. Does it do the same to you?
Yeah, without question. I went out yesterday. Me and my buddy Jim went and played golf.
Wow.
Because it's what we do. And we walked 18 holes.
You did 18?
We did 18, yeah. And,
walked?
But here's the deal. And a caddy carried our golf clubs, so both bags.
Oh my God!
Which his name's Justin. He's an awesome caddy at Applebrook Golf Course. And
Did you have to whip him at all, or no?
No. Listen, I don't know how they do it.
It's amazing.
I don't know how they do it. And also, here's the thing that I've noticed is, so you have maintenance workers, people that are working on the landscaping and everything, and a lot of people that do that job cover themselves from head to toe. Long sleeves, long pants, hats. Now, I understand keeping out of the sunlight and all that, but also like tight clothing. Like, how is that not?
So thank you for bringing up this question, because I saw yesterday road crews. And there was a ton of work. I was over in New Jersey with, shout out to Dr. Petula, my dentist, but there was doing a whole bunch of work. And these workers were exactly that, Preston. They were layered, a lot of, and I'm like, every one of them was dressed that way. And I'm like, this has got to be, they're doing this for a reason.
Yes.
And I don't understand the reason.
Yeah.
It seems to run contrary.
So like the part that kind of blows my mind are wearing jeans, right? The
On your head.
No. But the other stuff, like usually it's like, like SPF shirts and stuff like that.
Right.
Like I can totally understand that. And I spent a week on the Grand Canyon, and it was, it was 100 degrees easily. And I wore pants and a jacket the entire time. Now, also I was on the river and I got splashed and stuff.
Right.
But like I wore that as like sun protection. So I don't necessarily know how that stuff works, like the moisture wicking, or
That's what
I mean?
I'm curious about too. Yeah,
I think sometimes with landscapers in particular, because I had that job briefly when I was younger, and Preston, we would wear long sleeve stuff in the summertime because, like, if you're weed whacking and stuff, it'd kick up and hit you in the skin or whatever, so you could get affected that way. But I mean, it has to be light material, right? Like that they're wearing, like Casey's point, jeans has got to be all.
No, if you look at like in the Middle East, where the clothes they'll wear, layers of stuff, and the concept is that it keeps you cooler. I don't understand.
Well. I'm not sure where the trade-off is, because when it's cold, you're supposed to wear insulated layers, tight fitting, right? And that's what I saw and do see people that work outside. And I understand, like I said, I get the UV protection, and you don't want direct sunlight hitting your skin. But also, it's a layer of insulation.
It's keeping you warm.
It's keeping you warm.
So I'll tell you this: in all the UV shirts that I have, and I have a lot of them because I have vitiligo, so I'm always sunblock. And if I go out swimming or to the beach or whatever, I'm wearing a swim shirt, a UV shirt.
Yeah.
They're fairly tight. They're not skin tight.
Right.
And so I don't find them oppressive in the heat at all.
I grilled last night, and tell me if you think that this is crazy, but I'm fairly certain the burgers cooked faster last night than they do.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, without question.
All
Nick.
right.
So, because I grill year round.
Same.
And the thing is also, when you're heating up the grill, like, it takes 10 seconds.
That's right.
And you're up to temperature in this kind of heat. It very much will cook quicker for you.
So the way you make sun tea, people make sun tea, they'll put a thing of tea outside in the sun.
Yeah.
Would you ever consider making sun burgers?
Maybe.
Sun burgers.
But I went out and checked the grill last night, Steve. After like 5 minutes, one of the burgers was almost a briquette, and it was just a normal amount of time. I was like, oh crap! I guess it is pretty damn hot.
It's a diamond.
Yeah.
It's so funny, Nick, because you were talking about that. I'm like, oh man, maybe I'll make some burgers and dogs tonight. Now I'll grill tonight, and I forgot. I'm going to White Dog Cafe for the dining out for the dogs event, so maybe I'll grill tomorrow night. And Press, what's the weather supposed to be like tomorrow? 95, a little bit better?
Yeah, but thunderstorms could be some severe weather.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
all right.
So lightning dogs.
Lightning dogs, I could maybe do that.
So when it gets this hot and you have a temperature change, it usually comes with some pretty dramatic storms.
You're going to get, well, let me ask you this. Okay, so this is all things heat waving. What's the temperature at the shore expected to be today?
Here, I'll let you know, because
this is the weirdest. And I sent you over an article, Preston, explaining why we're in what we're in.
The jet stream is apparently keeping a lot of the flow up north into Canada, and so we're not getting.
So did I hear
the normal shift in the winds and so on?
Well, I believe I heard low 80s for the shore.
So it looks like 86 in Cape May.
Yeah, 87 degrees today, and so it's quite a bit cooler.
That blows my mind. In all the years I've sort of monitored the difference, I don't ever recall there being this dramatic a difference. It's close to 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's like Casey said, it's usually 10 degrees cooler, but I guess when we get these big swings, it stays even in that similar range.
It was great down there this week.
Hang on, I want to go to some callers. We've got Jack, who's a landscaper. Hey, Jack, good morning, man.
Hey, guys, it's Josh. Sorry.
Oh, Josh, what's up, bud?
I used to work on a farm growing up. I did a lot of landscaping, hay farming, and cut grass. And I used to wear tank tops and shorts. And finally, like, the old wisdom of somebody came through to me and started wearing long sleeves. And you're not much hotter during the day just because you're covered. But at the end of the day, you don't have the sun sucking your energy out. So I think it's more about, like, when you're done, the end of the day, you still have your energy.
So you're saying the sun beating down on your exposed skin is more likely to make you tired than having a layer of clothing, and you're saying you don't get that much hotter with the clothing on.
Right, yeah. I mean, you're sweating anyway. It's hot and humid, but an extra, like, just covering your skin doesn't really make extra heat.
Okay.
It's really more so about keeping the sun off your skin.
Interesting. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I never thought about it that way, as in, listen, it's not any cooler, but it's not hotter, and in the long run, throughout the day, it's going to be beneficial to you.
Because the sun will.
Yes.
I find that just sitting in the sun will make me relax and mellow and tired.
We had a text just a moment ago that said this guy was a roofer. He said roofer for 10 years. Just this year. Yeah, he says, I just started wearing long sleeves last summer. Game changer.
Game changer.
Wow.
So let me ask you this. With sleeves on, could you make pit burgers?
Yes, you could.
You put a burger under each armpit.
Why not?
Why not?
I guess I'd have to try this for myself. I've never. It's always seemed a tad bit ludicrous.
Yeah.
But if I try it for myself, that's the way it's going to happen. That's the only way I'm going to figure it out.
I'll tell you, one year we at the Burger Brawl, they had it, and it was super hot.
Yeah.
I wore a long sleeve UV shirt to that thing, and everyone was saying, "Aren't you dying in that?" And I was not. It was actually cooler. I'm a moron, so I don't understand why it was that way, but I felt fine in that shirt.
Tell you what I'll do. The next round of heat that we get, like 95 and up, I'll play around a golf in a tuxedo.
All right.
Okay.
And then I will get back to you guys.
I'll tell you what, we'll all wear it. We'll go to Ikabuchi. We'll rent some tuxedos, and we will all play. I'll caddy for you.
Does it have to be a black tuxedo? Because I don't know if I can do that. I would probably have to go with lighter.
Yeah. Maybe, something like Lloyd would wear. Or
Lloyd!
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, something
orange
light blue.
or baby blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in the Grand Canyon, like all of our river guides, they all wore long sleeve shirts with SPF, hooded.
Dude, same, yeah.
I mean, so the material itself is light, but it covers your skin, and it's got that little hood so you can cover the back of your neck as well.
You know what's weird, Casey, is when you're out in places like that, and like in the desert in Southwest, and it's humid. You think you're going to be in the middle of the desert, and it's going to be absolutely, it'll be the quote-unquote dry heat, and so it'll be tolerable.
You just want to look up to the heavens and go, kiss my ass!
Yeah, monsoon season, it can still get really muggy out there. The thing I was going to bring up was I was watching the Phils games over the weekend. The Phils played the A's at home, and first of all, if you sat outside for Sunday's game where they lost 18-3, and you were there for 3.5 hours in that heat, I feel terrible for you. But I've never seen players sweating through uniforms the way that they did this weekend, especially the opposing players. The Dodgers last week and the A's over the weekend. Like, they were heavy uniforms, and they were darker colored because of the sweat coming through the uniform.
Yeah, it was really bad. I was outdoors on Saturday morning. I went out to the driving range, just hit golf balls, and I was out, and normally I spend like an hour and a half, and I was out for like 30 minutes, and I was wearing a gray shirt, and it was black by the time I was done, just for a half hour. That was all humidity. By the way, yes, go ahead.
No, you.
I wanted to mention, Casey, you mentioned the hoodie, to keep your neck. And I had a vision in my head because one of my and it's now made me think of a couple of different movies that have really heat-related scenes.
Yeah.
When Clark in the first Vacation movie is out in the desert and he took off his pants and put around his head.
Hell, I'd do that.
I love that. And then I realized there's another Chevy Chase moment in Three Amigos when they're running out of water and he's got the full canteen. He's just gargling.
And then he's spitting it out. He's cleaning his teeth.
Yeah. And then he throws the canteen with got 3/4 full of water.
I love it.
Oh, it's such a good movie.
Hang on. Let me. We have other people who work really hot outdoor jobs and can speak to this. I'm going to go to Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning to see you, Chris. What do you do, man?
So, me and my partner, we work as a road crew for electricians, linemen specifically.
Okay.
We're all over the Delaware Valley, and I cannot tell you how much we just stand there in the direct sunlight all day. It's a miserable existence sometimes, but I have to admit, wearing loose-fitting clothing, like just a regular T-shirt or something like that, underneath all the high-vis, which, again, does not breathe, at least for us, it's a game changer. The moisture-wicking materials, for whatever reason, unless you're moving around, are not as effective. Like, it's the weirdest thing in the world, and I've done like little experiments with it just to see if there's a difference. But
I think I know what you're talking about, because the wicking, if that's your one level, I get how that works. But I think you're right. If you're wearing a regular light T-shirt that sort of absorbs your perspiration, and then it'll start to cool you, correct?
Yeah, I mean, at least that's in my experience. That's just my experience. So we're lucky enough, like sometimes we're, under shade or whatever.
Right.
And things are not nearly as bad as they could be. But the linemen I work with, I feel the worst for, because they have to wear long sleeves up in the air to fix power lines and whatever. And they most of the time have, a 5-point harness on, and they have these very thick rubber gloves so they can move around the cables and everything. So obviously they don't die.
Chris, technically, are you a lineman for the county?
No, unfortunately not.
Okay.
I'd love to be a lineman for the county.
But you're not still on the line.
No, unfortunately.
Oh
not.
man. Okay. Hey, but question. So you say that the long sleeves are not they don't work for you.
At least in my experience, it doesn't work for me. Now, mind you, I'm usually just standing around. I'm just standing around on the ground and trying to direct traffic.
But you say it might be different for people who are moving around and are a little bit more active in their workday in the exposed sun.
Correct. That's at least, again, that's in my experience.
All right.
Okay.
As a Wichita lineman. And the Wichita lineman.
This is for you, Chris.
He's still on the line.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Still better than the national anthem.
All right, thanks, buddy. Hang on. Or no, I'm going to let you go. What am I saying?
Gonna let him go?
Yeah, we're going to let him go. All right, let me go to, I have Nick, works construction. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's up, bud?
So I want to pick up what Kate said about wearing jeans all day and everything. I've worked in the elevator business for almost 8 years now, and we have to wear jeans every day. You just kind of get used to it. Like, I've gone from working in this kind of weather and then going to my son's hockey practice still wearing my jeans and boots.
Wow.
You just get used to it. It sucks. You learn certain brands work a little better. Like, I like my Wranglers.
So would you say that again? So in the dead of heat, if you were outside working in direct sunlight today, you'd be in full jeans, and would you wear long sleeves or would you wear short sleeves?
I normally wear short sleeves because I'm in and out a lot, so
all right.
I don't really need to wear. But if I'm outside all day, I'll wear one of my hug shirts or something like that, especially if I'm fishing or something. Hug shirts are the greatest things ever invented, and I'm so white, I burn no matter what. I go to Bahamas, come back whiter.
Right.
So I wear the long sleeve hucks all the time. They're great.
Hucks, you said?
H-U-K, I believe. I mean, I probably pronounced it wrong, but
wasn't familiar with that brand. All right, cool. We'll check it out. Thanks, Nick.
They're a little blousy, are they not? Or am I thinking of a different kind of shirt, the hug shirts?
I feel like I know what he's talking about.
Okay.
All right, hang on. Let me go to, because I've never heard of this. I'm going to go to Dennis next. Hi, Dennis. Morning, bud.
Morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, man?
So I actually I'm a landscaper. I work in the sun, pretty much every day, all day. I do find shade, but it's hard. So what I actually have is I wear regular T-shirts, but I actually have sleeves that go from my wrist all the way up to where my past my elbow, and then the sleeve from my T-shirt covers the rest of it.
So you're wearing long Audrey Hepburn style gloves.
But without the fingers. And, So
no, I'm not actually wearing. It's not gloves. You just slide over your hand. It
Right.
looks like you're wearing long sleeves. Everyone's like, "Why are you wearing long sleeves?" And I show them like, "Oh," and they're like, "It's got to be hot." I'm like, "No, it actually keeps you cool. Like you sweat, but it actually feels cool when you're in the sun and you're not getting."
I've
you know,
seen
Well,
those,
I understand that. That makes sense to me because ultimately your body, you sweat to cool your body.
Yeah.
When you don't sweat, they say that's a sign that you're entering heat stroke. So, it would stand to reason.
yeah. Dennis, is this common amongst your profession? You see other people that wear these detached sleeves?
No, I actually see them wearing like the swim shirt material as like long sleeves. I've actually seen it almost looks like some of these landscapers could go in and rob a bank because their face is completely covered with like a big scarf and they have glasses on, so you can't even see their face.
Yeah, I have seen that too. I don't know how they can cope.
I
but-
think I would try that if I was out to to protect yourself from the sun, the beating down on you. You know how it just sucks the life out of you. And the last thing you want is to get sucked during a heat wave.
But it would just, I don't know. It would just seem like it would be so hot. It would keep the heat in. Mike, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing? Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah, man. What's up? What do you want to share with us?
Hey, yeah, I'm a highway construction inspector, and I'm out there all day long. And we wear that tighter fitting clothing, like Under Armour makes a really good one. I wear it all the time. And what it does, it wicks your sweat away, and then any little slight breeze you get cools your whole body.
Right.
I mean, it's a game changer. It really is.
So that's been my experience. So exactly what you're saying, Mike. Like when I would go hiking, I would wear those wicking shirts, long sleeves. If I don't have the the trees as an umbrella, and they work. And you're exactly right. You feel cooler with them. Some people are saying, though, that if you just wear regular shirts, by sweating into them, they get wet, and that cools you as well.
Yeah, I don't find that myself personally. I mean, a lot of the guys, and I don't mean to sound racist about this, but you'll notice that a lot of the Mexican guys, the Hispanics, they'll wear the longer sleeves more than the white dudes do. It's crazy. I don't know why, but. And then they swear by it.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I was just on the job yesterday, and we had one of the dudes down in the hole laying pipe, and he almost passed out. It was so hot in the hole yesterday.
I don't know how you guys do it. I honestly don't, because I've worked some hot situations in my life. But I mean, when you're that's 8 to 10 hours a day.
So when you're driving down the road and you have to wait, and they have the flaggers there that are letting you go through. Do you wave to them? I always wave to them.
I tip them.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, them flaggers are adorned in from head to toe in high vis, even the long pants. And them guys, that I don't see how they do it, because they're just standing there.
And just beating down on them.
They're having to deal with the idiots that are driving around them, too. It's just, I'm like, no way.
To be honest, what I would do to kill the time, Preston, is to toss back to Michael Flatley. I would river dance.
Yeah,
if I was
river dance if you
flagging.
could,
Yeah.
while you're out there flagging. Kaysen, I do. I usually do a little wave.
Yeah,
You don't tip?
How you doing there?
No, I don't tip, usually because I'm moving, Steve, and I don't want to hold up all the people behind me. But sometimes I will just chuck some change out the window.
Just throw it.
Yeah. Because if I throw cash,
Well,
it'll blow away.
They'll come over and they'll push their breasts together, and then you put the.
Somebody texted in and they said that they are in the middle of moving today.
Oh no!
Could you imagine?
My brother's moving.
So what was the hottest situation that you can remember where you sweat the most? I know one immediately comes to mind.
What is it?
I don't know if you ever heard the story about the time I moved an entire gym.
Oh, I remember that.
My friend Dwayne Rimmer, Vertex Fitness, he had purchased the gym had gone out of business, and he purchased the equipment for his gym. And so, sure, I'll help you. It was a 4th of July weekend, so I had the time to do it. A heat wave. And there was no AC in this place we were going into. And it was at a certain point you sweat so much that and I was guzzling water, and I never once had to pee because it's all processing through my body.
Yep, it's being used.
It was
it's being
crazy.
sweated out.
Yes.
Hottest couple of times I remember were when I was a little kid. I played football. and football practice start in August.
Yeah.
And it was just
oppressive.
I mean, you are padded up. You are covered from head to toe.
It was always the worst when we had to get because the first couple of days of practice you're just running calisthenics and stuff like that, and then you got to go get your uniform, all your pads and everything. And for us, Preston, it was in the clubhouse that literally had 0 windows, and it was on the second floor. So
in the box.
Smelled like hell. I mean, it actually smelled like the devil's anus. And also it was 1,000 degrees up there as well.
Right. Devil's anus and hot.
My son started his job this week, and he's at this camp that I've talked about a few times called Camp Taqua, and there's very little air conditioning anywhere on the entire campus. And so basically the cabins are just ovens, throughout the day. And today it's in a little town called Wharton, Maryland. It's on the Chesapeake Bay. Today the temperature there is supposed to be 100. And the cabins just bake the entire day, and there's no respite for it. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, and for those who do live without air conditioning,
I don't know how you do it.
It's just rough.
May I ask a question? Because I've seen this thing advertised. I'm certain it is a ripoff, and I would feel terrible if someone purchased one of these things. You know what inverters are, right? The units that have you see them, the white sort of rectangles up on the walls, and we have them in our house. That's how we AC our house. But there's this ripoff thing that's making its way around Instagram and TikTok that is an inverter, but you don't have to have the outside mechanism.
Oh, I don't know anything
about that. You just hang it on the wall, plug it in, and it'll do exactly the same. Correct me if I'm wrong. That seems completely implausible and impossible.
Yeah.
But they show these commercials and they run these ads, and I'd hate to think that someone...
You got to talk to an HVAC specialist on that one.
Who is really... Because if you are like in a row home, or you're in the city, or you're in an apartment, or you're on floor 11 of a building where the heat is naturally rising anyway, you're baking.
I need to go to this call. Casey, do you see it says Jackie Mason?
Oh, my God, it does.
Yeah, hang on a second here. Hi, Jackie. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I love you guys so much.
Good morning to see you, Jackie Mason.
Oh, my God, you guys, I was made wrong.
What's up?
I can't. I tried the long sleeve thing, but, obviously, I have an extra layer up top. You got to have a little bra on or something. And boob sweat, just the wet material on my skin is obnoxious, and I can't stand it. I skeeve. Every bag of material we have is like.
Let me ask you. So, are you buxom or smaller, or what's your situation? Okay,
I don't even have that much going on up there. It's insane.
Yeah, that's something we haven't really talked about is the addition of boob sweat.
I'm very conscious of I don't want to, if there's rings of sweat under my arms, I think I would be going out of my mind if I had under boob sweat, it'd be too much.
I'm saying. The little beads of sweat going, I think there's a bug or something in there.
Yeah. There's a damn bug in my bra.
Sweat running down.
There's a gerbil in my bra.
Wow.
Yeah. No. So, but Jackie, you're a mason. So what do you, I know what masonry is, but what do you do on the daily?
Brick, stucco, concrete. I'm doing pavers right now. So everything I'm carrying around is heavy.
By the way, that's awesome that you do that.
Yeah. How did you end up in that line of work?
I used to be a corporate recruiter, and I'll tell you what, I'll take this heat over being in a refrigerator inside of a corporate building all day.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Did you call us and tell us about your job one time, Jackie?
I did.
I remember.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Preston.
I remember. Very rare that I remember things, and I remember that.
Well, it's so unique. Yes, it's very cool.
And you still love doing it?
I love it. I absolutely love it. I just can't do the long sleeves. Obviously I see, landscapers and stuff all day, and they're rocking it. And I'm like, I can't. I'm missing
Jackie, it blew my mind to see all those workers, over on the Route 30, I think it was, in Jersey, and every one of them was long sleeves, and I'm like, and jeans, and it's like they seem to be doing okay.
Well, sometimes they have to. It depends. Like some union jobs, they require you to wear longer stuff for safety.
Yeah.
So I think some of them might be quite miserable. So, yeah, give them a good wave. You know?
All right, we will. Thank you, Jackie. Good to hear from you.
Thank you. Love you guys.
I love you too. See you later. Wow. Hang on, line 5, you're saying?
Yeah.
All right, he's a flagger as well. Several of them calling in. Hey, Bill or Brian, good morning, bud.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. All right, so you are a flagger?
Yeah, I'm with Key Flagging with the labor union.
Yeah.
And I work with a lot of utility workers, and we die out there. I bring like a whole case of water in a cooler just to cool me off.
Have you ever passed out?
No, but I've seen people that almost did pass out and they had to send them home.
Wow. Brian, are you from New York? Where are you from?
Well, I live in Pottstown, but I'm from New York.
Okay. All right.
I can hear it.
Picking up a slight
New York accent. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody tells me I work there. But I see a lot of these guys on my work, like utility work, they're wearing long sleeves. I can't do it. I tried to do it the one time. All I had was sweat going down my arm.
Yeah.
Brian, why won't they, for flaggers, because you kind of stand in one spot the whole time, why not have some type of an umbrella?
An umbrella!
For you guys to be under, because you're exposed, you're out in the middle of the road, and I wouldn't think it'd be much to have a stationary umbrella. Can't be that difficult to pull off.
Like the one you have in your, like you have those bases that you move around your patio. Just put one of those out there.
Yeah, they won't. I'm lucky. Sometimes I'll be by a tree, so I will get shade.
Yeah.
That's all done.
Well, bring a tree with you.
Right now we're working on the street that I'm on a corner, so I have no shade.
All right. Well, hang in there, man. Be careful today, too. By the way, sometimes
Thanks, Brian.
roofers will be told not to come in on a day this hot. Does this happen for like a flagger? Does this? Is road crew work suspended today?
That's a good question. I probably not, man. I mean, the job's got to get done.
Yeah.
And sometimes they have to close stuff off temporarily and if someone's not there to guide traffic around.
What about broadcasting? It's got to be 69 degrees in here.
Oh my God! How do we do it?
Listen, it's not about us.
Yeah,
not about us today. No, but it's listen, this is some of the nastiest stuff we've had in quite some time. Maybe a decade since it's hit 100 officially on the thermostat.
Hit the ground
on the thermometer.
Yeah, on the sling cyclometer. No, it has been 90 degrees or above for so many days, and I again, it's just at nighttime. It's like. I think once in the case where and God bless you if you're trying to deal with the heat at night, because once you're naked, you got nowhere left to go.
Yeah, that's it.
There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Yep. So, all right, well, hang in there. But as of tomorrow, it's going to be hot until the afternoon or evening. Then a front is coming through. It's going to change things up. It's going to cool off stuff for the next. And I was looking at kind of the extended forecast, and it will stay at least in the upper 80s for the foreseeable next week and a half or so from what I've seen so far. So it's going to be like mid to upper 80s, maybe touching 90 or so. And I think after this, we can kind of handle that.
So Saturday and Sunday, again, you have it right there in front of you?
Friday looks fantastic. Sunshine and 87.
Oh, that's going to be perfect down the Cape May Zoo.
And then, Pierre's broadcasting live. And then Saturday, and it'll probably be like 78 degrees.
Yeah.
And then Saturday, it's looking like close to 90 degrees, partly cloudy skies in the area. So we'll see how that plays out. But obviously, it's quite toasty, and it's going to be tough if you are outdoors doing the kind of jobs that we've heard about today. So be safe, lots of water. That's the most important thing.
Stay out of fire.
Lots and lots of water. We're going to take a break. We'll get to the bizarre file when we return. So make sure you stay with us. And shortly after that, Olympian on the program. We'll be right back. Not true, but apparently there's something called a summer penis.
And the living is easy?
Or summer penis
makes me feel fine.
So on Reddit, one user asked if others experienced a, quote, bigger D in the summertime and smaller in winter.
Bigger D.
I'm paraphrasing.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Smaller D's for everyone.
Men said soaring temperatures cause their junk to appear larger. And when they're happy, so to speak, when they're at attention,
clap your nuts.
Apparently, it's better.
When you're happy and you know it, clap your nuts.
Squish, squish.
Ow.
Dr. Dudley Danoff.
Dr. Dudley Danoff does not exist.
Author of The Ultimate Guide to Male Sexual Health, says that hot temperatures cause blood vessels to widen.
Yeah.
And you may swell a little bit.
I'm swelling right now.
Urologist Dr. Jamin Brambot.
Stop it.
This is fake.
There's not even,
Dudley Jammin.
Dudley Danoff.
And his nurse, Katrina Thunderrod.
This is urologist Dr. Now, I'm probably pronouncing this. It's probably Yamin, Jamin. I just said
Yamin.
like
You
Jamin
got
better.
yourself a big penis there, man.
Brambot, which is Brahmbhatt.
Maybe it's Jamin, and his real name is like Benjamin, but
he changes it
instead of going by Ben, he goes Jamin.
It's quite possible.
Well, Yamin Brahmbhatt says that men's penises always remain the same size, but adds that blood vessels near the surface may contract to maintain heat, and that hot weather may cause those blood vessels to fill to the max.
We're not talking about, obviously, we're not talking about a 1.5 foot increase. We're talking perhaps just a general. Now,
Just a
however,
general
though,
fullness.
when you lose weight, it does appear to be larger. Correct?
I would think so.
Stands to reason.
I would guess so. Yeah.
So yeah, that's. But I mean, yes, in the engorging process, perhaps.
But also,
Bill loves all these words, by the way.
Don't you feel like your fruit hangs a little bit lower during the summer just because
Because it's sad.
Not necessarily that, but it's just it's warmer, so
I think so.
things
Right?
are looser.
For
Yeah.
proper child production, the baby batter must be cooler, right? That's why your testicles are the way they are in the body's configuration. They always say to you, loose and cooler. Well, is the you guys have kids?
I don't know. I didn't
Really?
look that much into it.
You didn't chill them up before you got it on?
But it is sophisticated.
Spray 'em with some CO2?
It is sophisticated equipment that is meant for the purposes of of reproduction. Yes, and therefore it maintains to a certain temperature so that your equipment
Your
will work
McDLT.
properly, and you're cool on the cool side and hot on the hot. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. I just liked it because the headline was "Heat Waves Lead to Summer Penis."
Oh yeah.
From the noticer.
Thank you.
Makes me feel fine. Blowing into jasmine across my sack.
Love that song. Can't help it.
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
Across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
Your fingers?
No,
And your toes.
not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
Okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh.
No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the four digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, dude, just give me.
Do not like
answer.
that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media. You know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music. Playing
I think that's
the radio.
what I would use it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone, it'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Lauer.
Yeah, Lauer.
That's what it would be.
Yeah.
Hey, Lauer.
Yeah, because Gary would be too common.
Yeah. Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes. Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know. Hey, Lauer,
Working.
play "Summer Breeze" by Seals and Croft.
Summer breeze. Makes me feel fine.
So Lantern Entertainment and the Weinstein Company have come to terms on two major sticking points in their deal: a price and a close date. So they agreed on a final purchase of $21 million and expect to close on July 13th. A bankruptcy court hearing is scheduled for July 11th, and Lantern also agreed to make numerous payments to creditors to avoid a lengthy court battle.
All right, so and then they're obviously going to not use the name Weinstein, right?
Oh, no, yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that.
Charles Manson Productions.
So they're going to.
They figure it has a better reputation.
Hell yes. So they're getting closer to.
And then you can have Manson instead of the MGM Lion.
Wouldn't that be awesome? His face in that circle logo.
Right.
I love it.
This is one of these meetings in with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, dude, why is that illegal?
Rubbing tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the. In fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion. Let's lighten things up a bit.
How do we want to proceed into the next thing that we're going to do?
Well, I think we should. Where did Bill go? Oh, Bill, could I trouble you to come over here? I got to ask your opinion on the air about something. If you
Bill Weston, man about town.
He just goes, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yes, well, the real reason we have rused you into this studio is to offer you our thanks and congratulations, and allow me to read the words of Kevin Gunn, if I may attempt.
You certainly may, sir.
So, we call him the man about town. We kid him about his kitchen cleaning, dashing wardrobe, and how he presides over meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. He's always open to ideas, but he often reminds us that, quote, this is not a democracy. Probably a good thing, too. Can you imagine if the Preston and Steve show, me, Jackie Bam Bam, Jackson, Brent, and the rest of the MMR staff.
Brought to you this morning by College Ave. You can take the stress out of paying for college with a private student loan built for your family's budget and goals. Get college covered today at collegeav.com. Here's a story in Florida that we will begin with. A death investigation is underway after children made a frightening discovery when playing inside an abandoned home. The children were inside the home when they came across skeletal remains.
Jeez.
After the discovery, the children told a nearby adult who then called deputies. The remains are believed to have been inside the home for well over a year, and appears the person was using the home as a shelter. Detectives are working to identify the remains, and the medical examiner will attempt to determine the cause of death. But just imagine you're playing around.
Well, you know, as adults, we'd be mortified, but kids would be, look at this.
I know, look what I found.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. In Middletown, Pennsylvania, a tractor trailer, and this is slightly ironic, hauling 46,000 pounds of beef crashed through a Wendy's restaurant Friday morning. I mean, it went all the way through it.
It was meant to be.
Crews on the scene said the tractor trailer drove straight through the restaurant and stopped just short of the Holiday Inn next door. Police said that the driver told them that his glasses fogged up and he could not see. I mean, it's really humid out.
Can't see without his glasses.
Yes.
Put his glasses on. Put on his glasses.
You get that, and like sometimes you go sunblind.
It's true. So occasionally you drive your truck to a Wendy's.
Yeah, you know.
And he had left Lancaster, PA, and was en route to Washington State. He had a long way to go.
Oh, man.
And he only made it to Middletown, Pennsylvania.
Can't see without his glasses.
He went straight off of PA 283 West into the Wendy's lot and struck the building. The driver suffered facial injuries and was taken to Hershey Medical Center.
Where are you going, young fella?
Photos from the scene showed significant damage to the whole corner of the restaurant. Fortunately, the Wendy's was closed at the time, so nobody was really hurt.
I wonder what sort of trouble these guys get into. Did I tell you guys about the guy who was riding the bus from, he was giving us a ride back at the Grand Canyon, and he decided to go down this long dirt road and ended up getting the bus literally stuck. The wheels were like not touching the ground. I felt so bad for that guy.
I assume that they're not celebrated back at the office.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah.
All right, so prosecutors are calling it the largest case of shoplifting in the history of Long Beach, California. Florence Leslie Miller is facing 30 misdemeanor theft charges after police accused her of shoplifting handbags, jeans, and other items from the same TJ Maxx location over a 10-month period.
Is this the ultimate Maxinista?
I think so. She went in 30 times in a 10-month period. The value
That's just greedy.
of each alleged theft was less than $950, but the grand total of all of them together was around $6,000. City prosecutors told the press last week that, or Douglas Hubbard, who is the prosecutor, said, "I've never seen a person go this long without being caught." Wow. Well, it only makes sense that if Bigfoot does exist, it has to have kids, right?
Yes.
Well, someone is claiming that they took a picture of a baby Bigfoot in the woods.
Okay.
And after posting it online, the consensus among the Sasquatch experts is maybe. Bigfoot spotter Stephanie Wood said that she was skeptical at first, but the more she looked at it, the more she wondered if it was real.
I like how they're framing it in the context of, we know that the Sasquatch is real.
Yeah.
Are their children real?
One part of the photo is making people take it a bit more seriously, as there are two young deer also in the picture staring at the creature in what looks like puzzlement. But
even they didn't buy it.
Steve, the picture, it looks like Shaka.
Come on.
From Land of the Lost. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
With deer being notoriously skittish, some wonder if that means it's not just a person in a suit.
Yeah.
You know?
Because, they're very savvy to that.
Yeah.
If it was a male deer, maybe. The male deer are definitely more skittish than the doe.
But look at these. They're curiously looking at this thing.
Well, a doe's a deer.
A female
deer, yeah.
All right, one last story, and then we'll chat with our guests. Officials in Yellowstone National Park reported that 5 people who had to escape from a car that crashed into a geyser all survived on Thursday, despite literally jumping into hot water. On Thursday at around 10:40 a.m., a sport utility vehicle drove off the road and into the semi-centennial geyser. Park officials said 5 people in the car managed to escape from the submerged vehicle safely, although all 5 were transported via ambulance to a nearby hospital with what authorities classified as non-life-threatening injuries.
Did they get shot out to the sunroof?
No, park officials had to wait till Friday to fish the car out of the geyser. The car had been nearly fully submerged beneath an estimated 9 feet of water.
Jeez.
Park crews closed the roadway, including both lanes of traffic near the geyser, temporarily while crews lifted the car out of semi-centennial geyser.
What was the temperature of the water?
The geyser has acidic water, and the temperature ranges are around 105 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. Hot.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's like what I keep my hot tub at.
Right.
105. But so maybe it was nice.
Do you have a geyser in your hot tub?
I do not have a geyser in my hot tub. We have a little waterfall.
Yeah, that's nice. A little water feature.
Park officials also said that it took about 2 hours to get the car out of the geyser. The U.S. Water Rescue Dive Team helped in the process of that. And there you go. That is what we have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. The Olympics opening ceremonies are happening on the 26th, Friday the 26th. And you obviously want to see as much as you can, right?
I think this is going to be the Olympics. You're going to get more coverage than you've ever had for any Olympics.
Without question. And we do have with us this morning to speak about all this good stuff. We have, from our friends at Comcast, we have Jennifer Bilotta who's joining us. VP of Public Relations and Internal Communications, and also Vito Forlenza, who is the VP of Xfinity Entertainment Applications. So welcome, guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Our pleasure. You have to be all geared up there's like 1,000 different things you have to cover in the Olympics, right?
Absolutely. And so we have the greatest experience so that you will have the best seat in the house for the Olympics if you are an Xfinity customer. And Vito and his team have been working on this for more than a year to make sure that you can make sure you see every sport that you want to see, and then every highlight that maybe you didn't realize you were going to want to see.
So Vito, with all of this, it's a lot to sort of synergize to make sure that, because there are people who are passive. I'm going to jump in and catch a little bit here and there. So let's address the rabid fan. What are you providing for the rabid Olympics viewer?
Yeah, the rabid Olympics viewer could come onto Xfinity, and all they have to do is say Olympics into their remote. And we're going to give them a destination with all 5,000 hours of coverage on the Olympics, whether that is traditional broadcast and cable channels from NBC or streaming through Peacock. We have a platform that merges it all together, and our customers can then, that rabid fan, they could personalize it. So you can go and choose your favorite sports, and we'll customize that page for you based on the sports that you are most interested in. So your page, Preston, might look different from Steve's page, might look different from my page based on what we're interested in.
That's pretty cool. So you can earmark the events that you definitely want to see, and you will have access to them. Archived access live, or how does that work?
Sure, it's both. So we'll have all the live coverage available. If you miss it, we'll have everything available on replay as well. We'll even give you a personalized playlist based on all the sports that you told us that you want to see, and you could just watch one video after another. It's like your
That's pretty cool because a lot of times you get lost in the proverbial muck and mire of trying to figure out what's on. So can you go into easiest ways with the voice remote?
That's right.
You go in, and once you're into the voice remote, can you further use the voice remote to tailor it, or do you have to enter manually? How does it work?
So you can do both. So if you want to get only swimming, you can just say swimming right into your remote, and we'll take you right to a huge swimming destination. Gymnastics, any of the 39 sports will be available that way. So we'll have a homepage for everything, and then you can get those deep dives if you would like.
Can we start setting that stuff up now, or do we have to wait until the Olympics start?
You could set it up now.
Okay.
We had a lot of coverage available for the trials, so you can go back and look and see some of the amazing events from the trials. The U.S. had a great trials, as you may know, and then you can get ready for the Olympics, which start next week.
So that's perfect. You set this up ahead of time and get yourself ahead of the game.
In case I know that
I'm dialed in. I was watching the trials. I watched trials in track and field. I watched trials in swimming. I watched trials in diving, in pairs diving and stuff. And so that I'm very, very, very much dialed in. Somebody was telling me, and somebody was Marissa, that you guys are going to have a red zone type of channel for the Olympics. So for anybody listening, I watch Red Zone every single Sunday during the NFL season. And that basically, it is just a running clock or a running camera on, I think, the most...
it switches to action. It's
like
when they're in the right.
The event that has the most action at this point.
Right.
So like in football, if a team is in the red zone, they're going to cut to that game. So in this one, if Katie Ledecky is about to win, let's say her millionth gold medal, they're going to go key in on that action. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's with our partners at Peacock. It's called Gold Zone.
Gold Zone.
And actually, some of the Red Zone commentators will be providing commentary.
I heard Scott Hansen's going to be part of this, right?
That's right.
That's awesome. He's the host of the Red Zone every Sunday.
Very cool.
And he's great, but you're going to have other hosts as well.
That seems to me, it seems like awesome. It seems... How do you juggle all that? Because each sport has a different complexion to it that determines when you want to switch over to it. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's right. With 5,000 hours, we talked to our customers. They said, it's great, but also could be a little intimidating. So we try to make it as easy as possible to sift through everything. We had this mantra that it doesn't matter if there's 5,000 hours if you can't find the one you really want to see.
Right.
So that's what we've really been focusing on for our customers.
Vito, I saw last week that Keenan Thompson and Kevin Hart are going to be doing some commentary. I think that's on Peacock as well.
Right.
And they are specifically going to be covering events that they know nothing about. So they're going in completely blind. So that'll be airing on Peacock as well?
That'll be airing on Peacock, and our customers will be able to go on to Xfinity or Xumo Streambox and be able to watch it there too.
And Snoop Dogg is going to be doing some play-by-play, right? Or not play-by-play, but commentary, I assume.
That's right. He's going to be doing some work prime time, covering specific events, putting his unique spin on everything as we know he can do.
That's great.
So
I love that.
It says here, there's an IMAX opening ceremony showing live nationwide. Is that part of the program as well?
Yeah, of course, every single minute. And Steve, another thing that I think would be of interest to you is there's going to be ultra enhanced 4K.
Well, there you go.
So yeah. That's all for you.
So ultra enhanced 4K is definitely very cool. And so, I mean, you can't believe the booklet we got on all the ways to access this, from Spanish language to the streaming. There's a Roku element as well, and all this other stuff. So every bit of it is viewable live, and as Preston said, you can archive it all. And I mean, how many? Let me ask you this. Here's a real 30,000-foot question. How many people does it take to pull all this together? Because right now they're saying people visiting who are planning to go to the Olympics is actually down a little bit. I think a little people are wondering about what's going on, and maybe there's whatever's going on, but they're expecting a large domestic and TV viewing audience. How many people does it take to pull something like this together?
So there's hundreds of people involved across our entire company. If you think about it from product, business, advertising, marketing. Our partners at NBC, of course, have thousands of people. They have people on site, Stamford, Connecticut. One of the things that's interesting because of our relationship with NBC is we will send some staff members from our team to Stamford, Connecticut, sitting right in the newsroom with the NBC team. That way they can push out alerts, push out highlights to our customers as fast as possible.
And you're dealing with a time difference, which
Yes,
makes it
6 hours.
6 hours. So, but when it's on, and you can watch it live.
That's right. And one of the things that we're really excited about is this, as Jen mentioned, this enhanced 4K that we're offering. We believe it's the best picture possible, clear pictures, the best color depth, right into the house as fast as possible.
HDR?
Immersive audio. Only Xfinity has it. It's a simulcast of USA Network. It'll be live, and then if you missed it, we'll re-rack it, and you can watch the whole thing at night.
Nice. I love the gold zone. I love the personalized, where you can tailor exactly the way you want it. That's fantastic.
If it seemed daunting in the past, I think this cuts to the chase. So somebody who might have been, I don't know, I'm completely lost, might be more incited to participate now.
So just go to the remote and say Olympics, and get started there. Wow, you guys have done it, man.
So easy.
I can't wait to dive into those.
That is
Thank you
very
for
cool.
coming by here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Vito Forlenza and our friend Jennifer Bilotta here this morning from Xfinity Comcast. We do have to take a break. Is Allie going to be joining us next?
She is.
All right, we have Olympian Allie Wilson from Delco joining us when we return. Stay with us.
Unchecked to their own devices, or if there was no one to say, let's think this through, or have you considered what might happen if, or the building might not go for that. Or are you out of your freaking minds? You want to do what? But there it is. Bill Weston, the adult in the room. He is our leader through a business that is open 24/7, 365 days a year. He has to deal with the creative types, the executives, the sales staff, the accountants, the consultants, the concert promoters, the bands, their managers, countless live events, listener comments, office demolition and construction, and it is quite a job. He does all of this with a measured demeanor, self-effacing sense of humor, and a wealth of experience and wisdom. This year, he has also taken up the additional task of overseeing MMR's 50th anniversary celebration and has done so, might I say, with limitless energy and incredible savvy. So, in addition to being the man about town, Bill Weston is also the man about music, the man about programming, the man about administration, the man about meetings, the man about sometimes saying no. In short, the man who's all about this radio station. And that is why, and probably to his chagrin, we, his staff, award him the well-earned and long overdue recognition as the Rock of MMR.
Go.
Thank you. That's no idea. And yes, to my chagrin, because this was something that we came up with to award to or recognize people that don't get recognition.
The unsung.
Yeah, this happens just a couple of times a year. This award is handed out.
Right.
It is a giant rock on a platform, and it's got the MMR logo, and then it's got little spaces for whoever might be the rock at any given time.
Yeah, like the Stanley Cup, the names are added to the rock. Right. And now we add Bill's name to that.
That's I'm touched, and I really appreciate the sentiments expressed in your missive. Who wrote that? Kevin.
Kevin wrote it. My
Thank you,
presentation, but entirely Kevin, who is a genius and brilliant and one of our great ones. He wrote the words.
Yes,
and
my
accurately
reward
described
is
it.
I get to work with really talented people who are in much better positions to act
stupid
freely and
Well, the idea, the words that Kevin put in there, you want to do what? Which mostly applies to you guys.
Yes.
You want to light a refrigerator on fire in the parking lot and then add 7 cars to the mix and see if we can cause a giant mechanical explosion?
Yes. That's
I
a
mean,
good one,
consider what we have done in the last 15 years to just imagine what he has said no to.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then tolerating a pony coming in.
Yes.
Well,
Kathy.
he didn't know about that one.
Yeah, never.
Some things you beg for forgiveness.
You just don't apprise him up.
I thank you very, very much. That's Like I said, my reward, I was just came back from a long motorcycle trip out in California.
Right.
Actually went through Petaluma, Pierre. And I was telling these guys that I was hanging with, just regular guys, you know, retired cops and plumbers and whatever. I said, you know, I still love my job. You know, I am blessed to be able to work at WMMR with people who care, and actually their first response to something that needs to be done isn't, that's not my job. It's to, how can I help? Right. You know, and it's that kind of atmosphere that we have, and we involve our listener because they're an integral part of that radio station. It's like, it's a great thing. So this is very cool. I appreciate whoever took the initiative.
A complete surprise, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had no idea. I was over in engineering looking at floor plans. And Chuck says, we need you in the studio. I said, oh, they need more time off. What are they going to ask for, more vacation time? Preston's complaining about too many live reads. I'm like, oh my God, what is it?
But the thing is, every one of us has worked for insane program directors at various times, and you know, and I think the nature of the job drives people over the edge, and for some reason it has not done so with you. You've retained this balance that even if you're pissed at us, you present it in a nice way, and you don't call someone while they're on the air and say, you should never have done that. You wait until they're off, and then you take them in and have them strapped down. And you truly have this balance and this calmness that is in a frantic group of madmen and women that we are. You really are a father figure that you know, doles out a lollipop when needed and sends you to your room when needed, but does so in this balanced, calm, and reasonable and nice fashion.
Thank you for saying that, Pierre.
There's really something extraordinary about it.
They say in teacher, you know, sometimes you teach what you cannot do.
Right.
You guys do something that I wish I could do. I started out as a disc jockey and was pretty mediocre at it, you know. So I respect and appreciate what everybody does and the talents in this room, on air and also in our programming and promotions department. I appreciate that. And
you get a parking spot now, too.
Yeah.
That's right. It comes with a parking spot.
And one other thing, he's worked so hard on this 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
You know, he's pulled out, he's found archive selections I didn't even know we had, and I've been here for a long time. I mean, he found America singing A Horse with No Name. You know, he found...
We had to steal that back from the guy who stole the tapes from us.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's found so many cool things and you know, gotten, you know, really worked the Foo Fighters thing and the Bon Jovi thing for these special 50th parties that we've had, and U2 and all these other things. And he's just, on this 50th alone, he's really
And the fact that he forged on even after learning that it's the 49th.
Right. Right, yeah.
Counted that.
Yeah.
I mean, almost single-handedly ruined the Bon Jovi concert. I mean, I don't know anybody else that could do that.
That gave us a great story, though, for on air.
If you hadn't heard, we did a group photo right before the band took the stage, and they all have in-ear monitors and these little, what look like Walkman kind of thing attached to them, power pack.
I was wearing this jacket, by the way, and it got hooked on the button on my coat, and it yanked it out of his ears, and he gave me the dirtiest look.
They're seconds. I mean, he's in...
Wasn't Bill's fault.
No, it was nobody's fault. But they were like they were running on the stage, and they stopped to do a group photo. And then in one of those bizarre Spinal Tap, truly moments, John's wire that goes from his ear to this little backpack that they all have in their pockets caught on Bill's coat.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a blazer to a rock concert.
I know. That really was my fault. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pierre.
Bill Weston, the rock of MMR and Man About Town.
He is the S.
Yep, absolutely. The ESPYs are stupid, but I didn't see it. Marissa, you watched it. How did Danica Patrick look? She was hosting it, right?
She looked good. You know who looked really good?
Pretty much all I'm concerned about. What?
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale
Of course
came
she
out.
would look great.
Why was she there?
Yeah. Is she a wife of someone?
She presented... I don't know if she's promoting something, maybe, but she presented Best Championship, I think, which went to like
Best
the Astros.
Championship. Best Championship. That's a category.
Steve and I got up close and personal to Kate Beckinsale when we were in Hawaii.
Whoa.
She was promoting the movie Pearl Harbor, and she was at that time, Steve. I remember us going, "This is the most beautiful human being that I've ever been in close proximity
You and I
to."
were like, you know, like in Zoolander. We could not understand what is this thing? What is?
They're just hitting things.
I mean, it's like no human looks like that. And then you have the other end of the scale, two sloths like us.
Oh my God. Yeah. Very good, buddy. She comes walking closer. We just start bouncing up and down a little bit.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, here's a gummy bear.
Then you calm down a little bit. Our next guest is excited to be here. He was just talking about the Eagles' Super Bowl victory because last time he was here, Bo Allen was in studio.
That's right.
And they got to hang out together.
Bo Allen was like ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pauly Shore is here with us.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It was like Bradley Cooper against Mark Wahlberg, right? Is that what the vibe was?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hilarious, right?
It truly was. Yeah.
It was great.
And Mark,
I was so happy for you. First of all, congratulations. And I'm not just saying
man.
that. I love sports. I'm obsessed with sports. So I was really into it, and I was so happy. I like that pass that he did.
Yeah.
The side pass.
Oh, the Philly.
Right in their face, dude.
No,
that was like straight up right in your face.
Yeah, they pulled out a trick play there.
Yeah, it
and
was
freaked
right in
everybody
their face.
out.
Belichick's like, what? He starts sweating, and then the big Samoan guy threw his headphones on. This is crap. What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In LA, because here the sports celebrities are they're the biggest celebrities.
Yeah.
It's like the sports guys, and then like your news anchors and stuff like that.
Right.
Like who's bigger out there?
No, I was. It's funny. I was at there's an exclusive club called the Soho House.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of the Soho?
I have heard of it, yeah.
So they're like in LA, New York. I was there and I saw. This was just 2 weeks ago. I saw Carmelo Anthony hanging out with Russell Westbrook, and they were just sitting there, and I freaked out. And, I'm like, I love it.
Do they notice you? I mean, because you is there any?
Yeah, they're like, man, keep that guy away from me. It's scary. Man, that dude is scary. Keep him away from me. They all grew up with me.
Yeah, that's because you're
so there's like a connection there.
Your life actually from the MTV days and from the movies and from the access that you had. You talk about access and about celebrities and seeing celebrities and living out there in LA and on the Strip. And the Playboy Mansion you were a regular at. I mean, you have got the kind of stories.
I forgot about that part. That was the part that you carve out, those 7 years. You just carve them out.
What was that like in the heyday?
I just say the word heaven. I was very fortunate, very lucky, very blessed. My mom and dad gave me the most amazing life in the world.
Yeah.
And I grew up, right on the Sunset Strip back in the heyday.
I mean, that had to be amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I saw every genre, every band. From Iggy Pop to the Pointer Sisters to, X.
You seem a little, I don't know if jaded is the right word, but you're used to growing up with TV comedians,
No, I'm
actors.
a fan just like you guys are fans of people. I mean, I'm obsessed with Sean Penn. De Niro, all the great actors, Pacino, all these guys.
Celebrities who sort of blow that off or try to act as if that's not a thing.
If you saw me when what people don't know, I'm just a normal guy, dude. You know what I mean? I just go home, I make my oatmeal. You know what I mean?
Make your oatmeal.
I smoke a little weed. It's California. You know what I mean?
Very much, Nick. Our next guest only found out just a couple of weeks ago that her dream had come true. She qualified for the U.S. Olympic trials and now is not only representing the United States of America, but more importantly, Delaware County. Delco gal. So, and she's a runner, man. 800 meter. Please welcome to the program, Allie Wilson. Hi, Allie. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. I guess I should say, is it good afternoon for you? You're in Paris.
Yes, it's 1:30. I'm actually not in Paris yet. I'm in London.
Oh.
I have a race here this weekend, and I'll head to Paris next weekend or next week.
Wait, you have a race there this weekend?
Yeah, I actually just raced in Dublin, and then I'm racing in London, and then it would have been a bad idea not to race in between. I know people don't realize that probably, but yeah, I had to keep going while things are going well.
Wow.
No, that would stand to reason. Listen, you get into Olympic shape. The last thing you want to do is to roll over or let too much time lapse and sort of cool off, so to speak.
Yeah, and not for nothing, you're also running what I and listen, I could be misspeaking here, but I've heard that the 800 meters is the toughest event in all of track and field. Have you heard that?
So, yeah, the big debate is is it the 800 or the 400 hurdles, which is the hardest event in track and field?
Because what is it? I mean, is it a sprint? Are you sprinting for a half a mile at this point?
Yeah, it's definitely a sprint. I feel like the 1500 and mile, they are also like a sprint at this point. So the 800 is it's a little bit aggressive, yeah.
Well, Allie, I actually get winded using the elevator, so this is all this is all Greek to me because it is. Listen, it's the height of human capability. So here you are. You're in London. You're going to be at the Olympics. Psychologically, you went through so much to get there. How are you keeping yourself level? How are you keeping your mind clear of distraction?
So it's definitely been a little tough because I've really been trying to soak it all in and embrace it, enjoy this time in my life that I never even knew if I was even going to have or not. So for to have all this and be here is so special, but it is hard having to balance that and remembering the hardest part is yet to come. So it's so exciting. I can't wait to be there. It's going to be amazing and an amazing experience, but I don't want to just get there just to get there. I want to do well there and compete well there for the U.S. So yeah, there's still a lot of hard work to be done. And I've just been trying to find that balance of really enjoying the ride while knowing this is a once in a lifetime opportunity and I want to make it count.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm curious, Allie, because I mean you're Olympian level. You are an Olympian. You're at an absolute elite level in the world. How confident and if you're a fierce competitor, you have to have some confidence going up against these other people. Are you in the mindset of I am going to win these events, or where's your headspace?
So, I mean, the competition is too good to go into it being I don't want to be, I don't want to
you don't want to be cocky.
That and not to say that I'd be delusional to think, but am I going to win? Probably not. I mean, there's a chance, but I'm not going into it thinking oh, this is my race to win because then you're setting yourself up for failure kind of. And basically the Olympic trials in the U.S. are set up exactly the same way the Olympics are. It's 3 rounds. There's a prelim, a day off, semifinal, final. And so you really have to take it one race at a time because if you don't take the first 2 seriously, then there won't be a second and a third. So it's you really have to treat each race like it's the final. And it can be a lot mentally and physically, obviously, going through the rounds. But I feel like I navigated them very well. I stayed very composed at the trials. I ran the races that I needed to make sure I secured my spot into those rounds the next days. So I'm going to approach it the exact same way. I know it will be even harder there, but I'd say my biggest goal would be to get into that final because, I mean, once you're there, then really anything can happen.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm going to guarantee that you're going to win. So there you go.
You heard it here first, Allie. So, Allie, most of the time you're competing against yourself, right? You're training and you're trying to get your splits to the level that you want for yourself. But in a couple of weeks, you're going to be competing against the world. So what country-wise, where's your biggest competition?
So, yeah, that's a great question. I'd say the 2 people that everyone will be watching there for who will be taking the gold would probably be Keely Hodgkinson. She's from Great Britain, and Mary Mara. She's from Kenya. They have just been the past couple years two of the people who've always been up there, the medal contenders, and winning world championships and the Diamond Leagues. And so I would say those two are the two to watch for the who's going to get the gold. But I mean, obviously anything can happen. I think the trials was a great example of that. Well, not great, but like a perfect example of how like you actually never know how those races are going to go. There was quite a lot of chaos that went on in that final, and you know, things do happen. It's a very fast race. We're all at this like very high level, trying to and are capable of very similar things. So it's the first event where we're not staying in our own lane.
Right.
It can get really dicey. It can get choppy when we all cut in, and we're just literally on top of each other sprinting in spiky shoes. So disaster can strike. So, you know, you have to run the race for those reasons, because you never know. Hopefully nothing like that will happen again. But like there's always upsets. There's always things that people have breakthroughs. And I do trust in my coach and my training that like he's going to have me ready there for things that I probably have never done before. And it could take that. It could take things I've never done before, even to get to the semifinal. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to be ready for anything and just try to focus on myself. And if I do the best I can't control if someone beats me. Like if I run my fastest race of my life and I don't make it through, there's really nothing more I could have done at that point.
Let me quickly ask you a question, because you mentioned the other two women that you're competing against. In this general realm, obviously you compete with these other high-level athletes. Are you, throughout your training, throughout these various other competitions, are you acutely aware of other people in your sport? Do you converse with them? Will you ever reach out to them? Or is it just, every once in a while you encounter them and that's that?
Yeah, I would say at this level, everyone is a lot more friendly, believe it or not. Like I would say in high school, college, everyone's more like, you're my rival. I give you dirty looks and we don't talk. And then you get to this level and there is like that level of respect of like, okay, we're all doing everything we can to be here and to have gotten to this point. And yeah, everyone's super nice. Maybe not before the race, like when we're all warming up and stuff. We're not necessarily like laughing and hanging out, but like definitely after the race, everyone, like people will cool down together. And I've formed like some really great friendships with some of the other women who compete for the U.S. And yeah, we're competitors, like when we're on the track, but then afterwards we know it's bigger than just the sport. So yeah.
Good to hear that.
Allie, I need to question your level of Delco, because upon first sight you have this, you kind of look California to me. You got blonde hair, big beautiful smile, great personality. I haven't heard you say phone or home or wooder or anything like that. But are you Delco tried and true?
I am. I am who I am because I'm from Delco.
There you go. You heard it.
I mean, listen, you grew up in essentially the area that I grew up in. Did you know that I was from Rutledge by any chance?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I grew up in Rutledge. You went to Strathaven High School. I went to Cardinal O'Hara High School. Your phys ed teacher, Mr. Woolery.
Yes.
Never, not even one time, beat me in diving. So if you ever see Steve Woolery again, you let him know that he pulled out all the stops. Still couldn't beat me in diving. So
I'll make sure to let him know.
I have to ask you also, you know, and obviously it's tough when you're competing and you're running and you got to raise your own money. You get, hopefully get a sponsor and so on and so forth. And you worked for a little while as a nanny. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So let me ask you, did those kids ever have a chance of running away from you?
Definitely not. They actually every single day would challenge me to a race, and I'd be like, even I have a couple of nieces and a nephew, and my nieces, like, they're always wanting to play tag and stuff. I'm like, do you not know that I do this for a living? Like, I don't feel like running right now.
Well, Allie,
just color.
That leads me to my question, which is, have you ever used your abilities to like win a bet at a bar, or I'll race you for the next drink or anything along those lines?
I haven't. I probably should start. I have raced people in random circumstances at an Eagles tailgate one time. I did race my sister and my brother-in-law's friend, and he did beat me, but it was like a probably less than a 50-meter sprint. And I was like, you're a grown man. You're going to beat me in a 50-meter sprint.
Yes, yeah.
Like, the farther we go, the better my chances are. Like, I can run for a very long time. So I'm like, literally race me in like a mile or something. But he only wanted to race me in a very short little spurt. So he did have me there. But I think I've gotten faster since. So I might need to challenge him to a rematch.
I remember vividly as a child when I would get a new pair of sneakers thinking automatically that I was faster because of those sneakers. When you get new shoes, like what is your gear like and who gears you up?
Yeah, so I did get sponsored by Nike back in March after I won the indoor championships. And yeah, I mean, I still do feel that way. They give me a lot of stuff. So I feel like maybe it has gotten to the point where I don't like think about it as much because I have so many pairs of shoes that it's not like, I don't know, maybe I take it for granted a little bit, but I mean, they have so many different ones, so many cool colors. So I feel like I get excited about like the colors. And like if I have a big race, I'll swap some out and I'll bring like all new fresh ones. So I get excited about stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I have like every time I travel, I probably have like 10 pairs of shoes here with me. Like there's so many different things I need different types of shoes for, so it just ends up taking up, like I need like an entirely separate bag just for my shoes sometimes.
No doubt. So let me ask you, who from Delco, is anybody from Delco heading over to witness this, or what is the support level?
From what I'm hearing, everyone from Delco is coming.
Yeah, I'll be there.
My whole family, my uncle, aunt, cousins, a couple of my uncles actually. So my cousins, my boyfriend, my friends, my college friends, like so many, and I do feel like there's going to be more that I don't even know about, but like some of my parents' friends, like there's been over the past like year or so many people have told me like, if you go, I'm coming. And I'm interested to see who actually pulls through.
That is awesome.
So who are you most excited to meet? Like, what if you run into Simone Biles? Would that blow you away?
So I literally was just talking to someone else, and she was the person that I said, because yes, like I've watched her on the TV in the Olympics for so long, and obviously she's just like an icon. And the gymnasts in general, like I think gymnastics has always been one of my favorite sports to watch every time they're on the Olympics. And it's like, yeah, if I got to meet her, I would be definitely starstruck. Like I feel like now I'm so used to like all of like the famous runners who everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's so and so, and I'm like, yeah, I've seen them everywhere I go. But like the people from the other sports, like I never get to see them, so I feel like I'll be fangirling for sure.
Awesome. Will you be able to take in on your downtime days? Will you be able to take in some of Paris? I mean, if you don't, if you aren't checking out other events.
Yeah. So my races, I think, are the rounds of the 800 are August 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think that's 2nd, 4th, and 5th maybe. And so there'll still be like I think at least another week of competition like after that, so I should have like a whole week to be able to go see other stuff and like not have to worry about staying dialed in and focused and training and all of that as much.
Good. I mean, because you need to absorb it, and if you want to do a truly American thing, go to the Louvre, find the Mona Lisa, and say, well, that's nothing.
Okay, will do.
Okay. But no, it's got to be incredibly exciting. Have you had a chance to take a look at some of the fashions and things that are going to, I know you obviously have a team outfit and everything, but are there some tchotchkes that you'll get from this that'll be cool?
I think so, yeah. I don't even know what yet, but like the day after I made it, when I was seeing team processing and stuff, they had us like fitted for our Ralph Lauren like opening ceremonies outfits and stuff like that. So that was really surreal to be like putting on those outfits, and they're like so cool. Like I think I need to put them in a shadow box on the wall. Like I never want to put it on again after that. Or my family will be like playing tug of war over who gets it, because a lot of times they all take my stuff and then I'm left with nothing.
Well, I tell you what, you listening to you talk, and obviously knowing that this is a moment that you want to savor, and making sure that you're committed to not letting it get by you without just absorbing it. Listen, obviously it is a competition, and that's there's a stress associated with that, but the truth of the matter is that take it for what it's worth and just enjoy it, and often when that's the case and you kind of adopt that attitude, that's when the best results occur. So we'll hope the same for you.
For sure. Yeah, I will. I definitely will.
So then let me ask you this. You're competing. What to you is success? Is it gold or bust or what, you know what I mean? Like how do you come home happy?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, there's too much in this sport, but also, I mean, in my event, I feel like very specifically like that there's too much out of my control to say what I would walk away like being happy with. So like at the end of the day, like I'm going there, I'm going to control what I can control, and I'm going to do my absolute best. And like, I really hope, like let's say I run my fastest race of my life and I don't make it through, then okay, there's nothing more I could have done. So I feel like I just have to, be like, I need to be proud of myself regardless, because it's so hard to even get there from being from the U.S. It's like that's like half the battle in itself. And so,
Absolutely.
I don't want to look back and be disappointed because of whatever. But yeah, I mean, I really hope if I'd say my main goal would be to make the final. But if I, run a lifetime's best or whatever it is, as long as I compete well, like if I just like go there and I like race dumb and then I run slow, like I'd be pretty upset. But like as long as I race hard and do everything I can in that moment to like advance through the rounds and stuff, then I'll come away happy. But I would really like to make the final and give myself a shot. And,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to let you know that I got a text message from Steve Woolery. It said, "Good luck in the Olympics." And he said that it should be attributed to high school physical education and their teachers. Which, by the way, apparently you were more of a soccer star in high school sports than you were a track star. So
yeah, I was. I actually got Delco Player of the Year for soccer and not track.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
If you don't end up with a Delco high school named after you, then there's there's
by
some
the
sort
way,
of crime here.
when you get back to Delco, I'm going to buy you some Charlie's cheeseburgers.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
I would love that.
Well, all right, Allie, we're excited for you, and no matter what, you win, because this is a huge honor, and we're so excited you're representing not only our country but our region as well. It's awesome stuff, and it's great to meet you. So thank you so much for joining us today, and best of luck.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Go Birds.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Allie Wilson, good luck. Wow,
she's a
sweetheart, and I didn't want to say anything on air, but she is a beautiful young lady too. She is stunningly gorgeous. What a great personality.
Yeah.
Obviously insanely talented, and has the gift.
This is, a lot of times you lead a life, and these things that are elusive, that are you get, and you don't realize you're going to get them. This case, you've had a life focused towards this, and then to get the payoff like she's getting is an amazing thing.
By the way, her qualifying time, she ran 800 meters is essentially a half mile. She ran it in 1 minute and 58 seconds.
1 minute, that's easy.
1:58.32. That's crazy fast.
Yeah.
I wonder how, if not 800 meters, but if you just gave me 1 minute and 58 seconds?
How far you would run?
How far I could run in 1 minute.
As fast as you could.
Could you make it out of the studio?
No, I definitely couldn't do that. But that's why they're saying like the 800 is such a hard, like physically and mentally tough event, because you are sprinting.
Yeah.
But it's a half of it's just insane. You watch people just completely gassed at the end of these events.
Do you guys know the story of the person who finished second to oh crap, I just forgot it. Jesse Owens in the 1936 Olympics?
No.
It's a guy named Mac Robinson, and he ended up breaking the Olympic record. He was 0.4 seconds behind Jesse Owens in the 1936 Olympics, but nobody remembers him. And a weird twist of fate, it's Jackie Robinson's younger brother.
Oh, get out.
And he finished second to Jesse Owens, but nobody remembers his name. And he broke the Olympic record.
Wow.
But because he finished second to Jesse Owens, people don't remember him.
Well, then
Losers of history.
But technically, Jesse had a better time than
He
him,
sure
right?
did, yeah,
So
by 0.4 seconds. But like Mac Robinson broke the Olympic record and finished in second place, and he's Jackie Robinson's younger brother.
Sometimes it's the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have a record that just isn't sexy, and so it doesn't make it to the books, or people are unaware of it.
So the track and field stuff usually happens the second week of the Olympics. First week is like all the water
eating
sport,
competitions.
the eating competitions.
Hot
But
dog stuff.
no. I love the track and field stuff.
Yeah,
And there's
yeah.
this kid who I was going to make it. Hopefully he made it onto the relay team. He's 16 years old. He's like the youngest track. I mean, you see like, the youth in certain sports, but track, like it's usually like grown men. And this kid, he's a child, competing with these.
He's a child.
Does he look? He look like an adult?
No. Because
He's wearing a fake mustache.
Well, no, you can see like his muscles aren't formed the same way like the adults are, because he's a sprinter, right?
Right.
Like, and usually those sprinters are developed, right? This dude just has a natural ability, and his body's going to come later.
I think he needs to rethink the fake mustache, though. I mean, that's going to cause some drag.
Is that a fake mustache?
Yes.
Freaking-
No, it's real.
Mark Spitz with a mustache and a sweater. He broke all of
He broke
those
all those
Olympic
records.
records. I'd like to see what he would do in the gear that all those swimmers wear these days.
Wow. Well, that was really cool having her on.
Yeah.
And it was an interesting, mentality that she has. I mean, like, she's not leading the world in her time and therefore doesn't have this, I am going to dominate, I am going to win. She's a little bit more realistic about it, but anything can happen in those events, and somebody else could she could end up running out of her shoes like she never has before, or somebody else could do that, or the opposite could happen. Somebody else could, the lead or the favorite might not.
It's funny how
have
these
it that day.
So in competition, when you're competing, when you're doing something, do you? And we're all different. Can you dig down? Do you tend to do that, or do you just keep your slow and steady and just keep at it?
I don't know. I think the human body can be different day to day.
Yeah,
now,
I agree.
Obviously, it's when you're an elite athlete, it's a different story, and you're finely tuned. But your body can react in a different way each and every day for whatever reason. Your body chemistry is just not what it was the day before.
Yep.
But what competition does is it says, how good are you right now?
Right.
At this very moment.
Yeah.
There's a time and place, and that's when you have
Is
to
it all
prove
going to come together?
Yeah.
How's my body going to react?
Yeah.
Jigsaw.
So I was talking about the swimming, and like Katie Ledecky is another. She's she's I think the face of swimming. And have you seen, Preston? She holds basically like the top 30 times of all time in
Katie Ledecky does?
Katie Ledecky, and in the women's. Oh, geez. I don't remember if it's the 1,000 or like the 5,000. Either way, it's a long distance swim. And like when you look at the record book, it's just her name.
Wow.
It is just like for pages of. Could you imagine being that dominant?
I don't have to because I am.
You are.
Yeah,
That's right.
I'm that
And
good
skipping.
in skipping. Yeah.
So she does also the distance and the more sprint type things?
I don't know, man. I don't know if she does like the 50 free.
She does the 800-meter skip?
She does not. No, she would never, because she knows about
knows
you.
why. I'm here.
She's
Yeah.
like, I'm not even going to, what's the point?
In swimming competitions and in track and field competitions, I don't know how there's not a false start every time the race begins, because it just seems like, when I was a kid and they would, fire the shotgun, not the shotgun, whatever it is. the starter gun. Yeah, the
AK-47.
They brought out. They need the shotgun. Yeah. I grew up in a tough neighborhood.
That
guys.
was like when Dwight Schrute, when they did the Office, they did a 5K, and he used a 45. That's the starter.
That's the starting pistol. But anyway, for all of these like sprint type races, it would just seem to me there'd be a false start every single time.
That's why I think they should do it the way like in NASCAR. They should have have a pace car. Have a pace car.
Yeah.
Well, so there was the receiver for the Eagles. He never really did much, but he was a top level runner. I believe he ran the 110-meter hurdles. I want to say Devin. I'm drawing a blank on his name because this was last summer.
Right.
You talk about false starts, Nick. He was disqualified from the event that he won. He won this event. It was going to be a world champion sprinter. So he didn't false start. He just started too fast. Meaning, when the gun fires,
It's okay, baby.
it's okay, baby.
It happens to a lot of guys.
The gun fires, and all competitors cannot leave the starting block within 0.4 seconds, like 0.4 of a second. And he left like 0.3 of a second after the gunfire.
So was it
That doesn't make any sense.
A video review afterwards?
There was a video review afterwards where they cut it down to the very, very 10th, and they could see that. But he didn't leave before the gun fired.
So how does that even happen if you leave later? To me, you're cheating if you're leaving earlier.
Right?
Yeah.
So that wouldn't stand to reason.
Well, it's kind of like...
What if he stood in place, waited a second, and then started the race and started running and still won?
Well, he was being penalized for being too good or being too fast off the block.
That
He
seems
didn't-
to be counterproductive to chastise someone for being good.
Are they saying that it is impossible for a human being to react in that amount of time?
I think what they're
that
trying
they scientifically have found that for a human being to react that quickly, it is impossible, and therefore he got lucky and he anticipated it properly.
I think there's kind of like an anticipatory rule against this. It's kind of like if you watch like a relay.
Matlock?
No, like relay swimming, right? Where when the guy is or girl is coming in to touch the wall, the next person off the block, before they even touch the wall, they are already starting with their whole process.
Right, yeah.
So that the second it touches the wall, all their momentum is leaving, and then they're able to leave in good time. I guess maybe it's close to that.
It seems dumb. It seems
is
very dumb.
If your foot and
What
hands
do we
have
have to
not
talk
left
to?
the block until, after the gun goes off, then you should be good to go.
Something needs to be done. Call Polaris.
All right, call
The weather god?
The weather
Well, it's really hot today.
The
so-
weather savior.
Devin Allen, Casey? That's
Devin
his name?
Allen,
Yeah.
that's it,
Okay.
All right. Wow. Interesting stuff. Well, the Olympics get started on, a week from Friday. That's when the whole opening ceremonies happen. But there's an event tonight.
Yes, thank you, Preston. Totally forgot. It
Steve
is
Morrison.
the Dining Out for the Dogs 7th annual benefiting Alpha Bravo Canine at the White Dog locations in Exton, Wayne, Haverford, Glen Mills. We've been doing this for a couple of years. And Casey, you're going to be at Haverford.
I'll be at Haverford early bird special.
Nick, you're at Wayne.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to be at the Exton, the new Exton location, which is the largest White Dog now, with John Kincaid from our sister station, The Fanatic, and Matt Cord from MGK is going to be out at Glen Mills. So everyone's going to be, out and about, but it's a dining out event. So you go out and you take advantage of anything on the menus at any of these White Dog cafes, and a percentage of what you pay is going to go to Alpha Bravo Canine. They provide service dogs for people, veterans suffering from PTSD and traumatic brain injury, and it basically gives them a new lease, and as I say, a new leash on life, and helps them get through all of this stuff. And it's really all you're doing is eating. But the superstar of the event is this flight of hot dogs, which, Casey, I know you're jazzed for, as am I.
Yep.
They're gourmet hot dogs. All the proceeds from the hot dogs, if you buy the flight of hot dogs, goes to Alpha Bravo Canine. It is tonight at any one of those locations. I would call and make reservations if you can. I think there's still some available at Wayne, Nick. It begins at 5. Just go down, have dinner, and you're going to help a lot of veterans get these dogs. And by the way, Alpha Bravo Canine provides these dogs, which can cost as much as $30,000. They provide them gratis, for free, to the recipients. So again, just have dinner and you're going to do some good. So there you go.
Excellent. All right, we need to take a break, but I want to remind you that we do have the Hershey Park Secret Text Trivia that's taking place today. And all you have to do is text the word Hershey Park, all one word, to 39333, and we are going to send you a trivia question. Later on, we'll ask you to call in with the answer to that question, and we'll give away a 4-pack of Hershey Park tickets. So if you have not done that yet, do that now. And for a limited time, you can buy 2 tickets and get 1 free at HersheyPark.com. Now, that will end on July 25th, so heads up on that. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
And, you can't say that here. Sorry.
No, of course you can. It's legal now.
medical
Pulled
now.
off the radio. Sorry.
No, we're good
No, it's
medically
legal.
here.
My friends in New York are hilarious. They come out to LA. My friend Tony, they just pack up a whole bunch of stuff because you can go. You don't need a medical thing.
Yeah.
You can go and just
Get it. You were in Moscow and Jerusalem. Spent some time there recently.
Yeah, it was my summer vacation.
First
It was
time?
great. Yeah, my first time ever.
I've always wanted to go. Always wanted to go
Israel,
to
or
both.
as the Jews say, Israel. Israel. But it was weird going there because it was basically, every dude that I saw, I'm like looking at myself.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm Jewish. You know what I mean? These are my roots. So it's kind of like just going back to, I don't want to say weird things. 'Cause I get in trouble.
Say weird things.
No.
Because I've always wanted to go to Israel. It looks fantastic.
It's great. It's actually, it's not what people think it is as far as like being dangerous. You know what I mean? It's very, But I mean, the geography of it is very interesting. It's Israel, and then you got all these kind of Arab countries surrounding it.
Yeah.
Heavily, though.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of Arabs that live in Israel that are very pissed off and bitter, which it's hilarious to me, too.
Yeah.
Because they're basically... So do you know what the name of the Jewish money is?
Not off the
It's called shekels.
Oh,
How
sure.
hilarious
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
I mean, that's so Jewy just to begin. Hey, can I get some shekels? It's hilarious. You know what I mean? But imagine the Arabs having to pay shekels. They don't, give me your shekels. You know what I mean? Because they're on their land. Like in the Arabs people's minds, that's their land. The Jews stole their land.
Yeah.
It's all about real estate over there and religion and stuff like that. That's the big kind of, thing where people are fighting all the time.
But outside of that, it's known for incredible resort.
Yeah, it's kind of like Miami, or Brazil. I hadn't been to Rio or anything but like that. But Miami, where people are on the beach, and it's like that's Tel Aviv. But then you drive about 40 minutes and you go to Jerusalem, which is the holy city, which is amazing, which is the center of the universe. And I didn't even know this, but this is where Jesus Christ was crucified. I didn't know that. I thought I'm Jesus Christ. I'm not thinking he's Jewish and in Jerusalem, and you know what I mean. I'm just like most people. Like, sir, did you know that?
The Rick and Morty shirt.
Come here. Did you know Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem? You didn't? Where did you think Jesus was crucified? Come here.
I honestly had no idea.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, go sit back down. Sorry about him.
Because it's the Bible. It's
ruined
the Torah part too.
I pretty much went there for my mom. I mean, that's why I went. My mom passed away. I was really close with her, and I wanted to just kind of like bring her to Jerusalem, and I wanted to be with her in Jerusalem because both my parents are Jewish, and they never made it.
Okay.
They never made it to Israel. There's a lot of people that are Jewish that don't.
Did you plant a tree in her name? Well, that's kind of an honor.
I didn't know that. I screwed that up. Sorry.
You can go back.
I'll definitely be back to Jerusalem.
Besides that, and besides all the other stuff that's going on, with you're busy. You have your podcast. You have all these other things that you're involved with.
Yeah.
And to the point of the documentary, is there in fact a documentary in the works, or is that just hearsay?
No, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's almost like it's got to be presented at the right time. It's kind of like my agents have to present it to Netflix and Showtime and HBO at the right time.
You're a pop culture all-in-one. I mean, you were at the center of a lot of what, like before a lot of the. I was reading an interview with you, and you talked about running into Will Ferrell at some event. And, and he sort of gave you a lot of credit. Tell me what he told you.
Yeah, it was a Funny or Die event. It was like the birthday of Funny or Die, which is his website, which I do a lot of stuff with them. And
Adam McKay, too.
Yeah, and I came up to him, and he came up to me. It was just like, and he started mimicking me, and he started kind of like saying that I started it, and, kind of, you know what I mean?
So he was a fan.
That's nice to
he was
hear.
a fan, yeah.
Who's blown your mind recently about, again, like a Will Ferrell, or somebody just out of the blue, or somebody that you thought you weren't even on their radar came up to you and was a fan?
Oh man, I don't know, dude. It's too early for that stuff. I can't think. I like watching Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just because I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything that happens in this, it's like it is a reality show.
Yeah.
It is.
We were talking the other day about there are so many reality shows that I just can't stand, and that people watch that they hate, but they still watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't know why people do that. My first inclination is to go, let's put me in a bad spot. Let me just change the channel.
Yeah.
Let me turn it off.
Yeah. You watch it in doses, and the whole Omarosa thing is hilarious. Like she was taping people. I'm going to tape this. I think I'm going to tape this conversation. It's hilarious.
Did you ever run into her? Because you've done your share of reality
but I knew
stuff.
Donald Trump from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, because he was always around the girls.
He was at the mansion occasionally, right? Yeah.
And also Hawaiian Tropic down at spring break.
Right.
with Ron Rice. Hilarious. Vince Neil. It was Vince Neil. It was Jim Kelly. It was OJ.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It was
the story.
Fabio.
Oh, my God.
It was the best.
That's amazing.
Dude, I want to see this documentary.
It was the best.
We had Fabio in here. He was awesome.
He was cool.
He was
He's
awesome.
cool, right?
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Fabio understands Fabio. He gets it.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly, OJ,
amazing,
and our current president,
and
you,
and Fabio,
and Fabio,
and Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
They didn't like me because I was getting all the babes, you know? They're like, get that guy out of here. Spatch, bro, spatch.
I remember watching those and seeing you, and you were hosting contests and all that stuff, and I'm like, this guy's just swimming in it. Just swimming in it.
That's how it was.
I know.
Back then.
Back then.
That's how it was.
What's happening now?
Now I'm just chilling, bro. I'm watching CNN, you know?
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's at a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about her. So she said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
In the glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. Just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
It does.
oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
I want to let Marissa vent for a moment because she posted something on Instagram yesterday. I got a lot of response. I thought it was kind of interesting. And there is a movement right now to phase out some plastics that we use in the world to maybe cut back on things that don't biodegrade, and they're clogging up, they're getting out in the water, in the oceans, or they're filling up landfills and so on and so forth. I know they're actually in the UK, there's a big movement to get rid of the plastic tampon applicators.
Yes.
And
going back to wood.
No.
Ow.
Like George Washington's teeth. Martha Washington used wooden tampons. And they were not effective.
Well, they were balls, though. They were very
They were
absorbent.
balls, a little absorbent. They left rings.
But the applicators, I saw Alice Eve, because I follow her on Instagram, had posted a video of trying to end that. So they would go with like a cardboard or paper or something.
My thing with these floating garbage farms that are in the oceans is that many times they kill sharks, Case.
Oh.
So there's
some good we might be overlooking.
Okay. That's what they're trying to eliminate, stuff like that. And I can get it. Your thing sort of actually, believe it or not, Marissa, hit home to me because I think I have a level of passion about what you're talking about.
All right. Since I was a little kid, I'm thinking second grade, because I was in school in the 90s and there was a big push to not have the refrigerator open for too long, to turn off lights, to make sure that you turn off water, conserve water.
Run,
Yep, while you're brushing your teeth. I followed all those. It's stuck through my life. I walk whenever I can. I take public transportation.
You're like a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire
Exactly.
now.
I will do anything to save the earth. It's just second nature to me. I don't even think twice. I recycle, I reuse. But when I drink a vodka water, I want to be able to mash the crap out of the lemon and lime that come in my drink. And with these gosh darn paper straws, they get destroyed. And then I have this mushy straw in my drink, and it pisses me off.
So the gist of it is you do not like the paper straws because you do not believe they are resilient enough.
No, they suck.
Okay.
Whoever's making them, they have no integrity and they fall apart, and I just want a plastic straw. I'm sorry. I love the turtles.
Why not
I
just
love
use a spoon?
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Steve, I would. This is the only time I've ever asked to do this. Can I come over there and borrow your reverb for a moment?
Yeah, please. Oh, my God. It's a pleasure.
Hold on. Turn it off just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, this sounds like a first world problem.
But we took a long journey to get to the point that Marissa doesn't like paper straws.
I just had a realization, Preston. This is probably something that I deal with 3 or 4 times a week. Is that more of a first world problem?
Yeah.
That I probably have a vodka water 3 or 4 times a week.
Well, your alcohol addiction might be the bigger issue here.
No, the
but-
raging alcoholism is a secondary issue. The waking up in alleyways and
so I listen. We were
errant
at
knife fights.
Have you ever seen people drink sodas or anything that comes in a bottle out of a straw? You put the straw in the bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
I think part of the now. Do women sometimes, Marissa, opt to not drink out of a bottle or right out of a glass because of lipstick and a straw instead?
Well, lipstick or staining your teeth, all of those things. Or my mother would never drink anything out of a bottle. Like that would, like, for me, like when you see a bride,
vulgar?
like, I don't know. There's just time and place for that, and I think.
She'd take the bottle, go over to the windowsill. There we go.
I love opening bottles that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a great scene in Overboard where Goldie Hawn comes
Yes.
back.
That's exactly what I
She's
thought of.
opening the beer that way.
Yeah.
I try. That hurts your hand.
Do you think guys would drink beer out of a bottle if the top of the bottle looked like a little? Wait, I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Okay, I was. You guys would drink it.
I got a question. Yes, Casey? Something you want to tell the class? You think guys would drink stuff out of beer but look like a vagina?
No.
He's saying
I
the
was
other
going male
thing.
part.
If it
Well,
looked like a penis.
Opposite, every bachelorette party ever would buy those bottles of beer.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
I'm sure there are things that are similar, you know. But they, you know, people get picky about the taste of the stuff in the can and the bottle if it affects the taste, you know.
Yeah.
And straws are just one more step.
Those are things you think about, huh?
Oh, it's just what, you know.
Dear diary, I wonder if men would drink out of bottles.
Yeah, stop it.
If it looked like penises.
Somebody in this room had mentioned chocolate tampons earlier, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, I was trying to help the health industry. and there's an obvious cooperative between Hershey's and
okay.
Tampax.
Well, Marissa has had it. I thought you would get more support on the phones, Marissa, to be
Not a
honest,
one.
on the paper straws, and it's not really happening.
You're a complainer.
I got a lot of hands up emojis on my Instagram, so I got.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know. People were
Give
like,
up.
praise. Yes,
Give up.
word.
Put your hands up.
Give up your
stop.
stupid
Give
cause.
it up.
No.
Yeah. Praise.
No, like word girl, we support you.
Word girl. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Listen,
It reminds me of Pat Boone's first day in Compton.
Word girl.
Word girl.
I just hate these goddamn paper straws. They're so.
That's it. Word girl.
That's it.
Word
girl.
Preach. Preach, girl.
Where is the Q in Q-tip derived from?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. It's technically it's a cotton swab.
Right. So a C-tip.
So I don't know where.
No one wants to put a C-tip in their ear.
I have no idea.
And by the way, Q-tip, you've done something to your product. You've cut some corners.
Are you talking directly to
Yes,
the
I
Q-tip
am
people?
talking to you, Q-tip. You've cut some corners, and I have noticed. But fortunately for you, you're still the best product on the market.
That's your fight song.
That's my fight song.
That's right.
1 second.
And I have noticed. Wait a minute. What is this? Is the swab part smaller?
No, the cardboard.
Medicated.
The cardboard is thinner. It's like they've shaved off a layer or two of the cardboard stick, and
Why do you go like this with the
I don't know.
cardboard stick?
I don't know.
The hell is that?
This part right here.
Okay, but
Yeah.
this
Holy
is...
crap, you have one.
Oh, I have.
Let me see.
Thank you very much, Nick. Real quick, shout out. I got this from Andrew Francis. It says, hey, longtime listener, why 100 days of my mom's PT Cruiser?
Oh, wow.
And this one is for Trudy Francis. Big support in helping me to golf tournaments in the summertime when I was younger. Can I get a Yoo-hoo and a healthy, juicy one from Casey? And so he wants a shout out if possible.
All right, so I'll do the Yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo! Changed it up, and here we go.
You changed it up a little bit?
Yep.
All right. So there you go. And then I personally wanted to thank Karen from Hamilton, New Jersey. She sent me a little gift and says, hey, Preston, I saw these and thought of you. I've been a loyal listener for years. And she sent me some, they're not naked lady tees, but they're girls in bikinis.
Oh, those are hilarious.
Golf tees. So
Those are so cheesy.
She got them from, because she sent me a card along with this from Needleman Pro Golf. I guess they make these things.
You know, it's one of the greatest things ever invented. It's the dumbest, the old pen where you tilt it sideways and the
the clothes come off of the girl.
clothes come off of the girl.
Yeah.
It's like straight out of what, the 50s?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for that. We do appreciate it.
Actually, I think I have one of these in my golf bag. I never got around to using it.
Yeah, I haven't used those either.
You going to go out today?
If they're worth Went out yesterday, man. It's only a few degrees more, but no, hell no, I'm not getting out today. Because you know why? Because today is Prime Day.
Yeah. Yes.
Today is Amazon Prime Day. Thankfully, believe it or not, my son has Tuesdays off.
Oh,
he's a delivery driver.
I was wondering about that.
And works for Lightspeed, which is kind of like a third party for Amazon. And so, number one, it's Prime Day. Number two, it's going up to 100 degrees. So everybody who's delivering for Prime Day today, man, oh man,
Are
be
those
careful.
trucks, are they equipped with AC?
Yes.
Okay.
But you are in and out.
Doesn't matter.
He had yesterday was like a mid-level day for him.
Yeah.
He had like 175 deliveries.
Oh my
Wow.
175.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, so all right, let me ask you because I'm on the my Amazon app right now, and it says Prime Day new deals drop in 5 hours and 47 minutes. So does that mean they're dropping new deals all the time, or does Prime Day officially not
Probably.
start for another 4?
No, because Prime Day started at 3 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
No, wait. Or yeah. It started at 3 o'clock this morning and runs through tomorrow,
Okay.
the 17th.
Man, so for my birthday, I got a very generous $250 Amazon gift card that I've yet to use yet, and I don't know what I want.
I know. So that's so here's the thing with Prime Day. I'm not a shopping browser by nature. I go shopping when I know what I want or what I need.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so therefore, and there are some people who will buy things just because they're on sale. I think Kathy does that.
Yeah.
She's not here today, and she will return things if she gets it and doesn't like it.
Right.
But I'm not one of those who just buys a deal. Do you know people who are like that?
Yeah. I'm not that way. So
Yeah.
I need this, I want this, or I've been, you know what, let me check out what these are like, and I do a little bit of shopping, and that's what I do. I rarely just, even like when going to the mall and shopping, I'm never going, let's just wander around and see.
Yeah.
I usually go with intent.
The only place I do that is TJ Maxx.
Yeah.
You know, I will walk into TJ Maxx thinking, I don't really need anything, you know, but let me see what they got. And then I usually at least end up walking out with a pack of socks or something like that.
Yeah, and I don't go just looking around and see if something speaks to me. It's like, okay, I need some new shorts. I need some shirts. Let's go buy a few.
Nothing for this Maxinista.
Yeah, but the only thing I can remember in my recent history where I actually bought a bulk of stuff that we didn't necessarily need at that time, but the deal was so good that I had to do it.
Sod.
It was not sod, but I have bought sod. No, it was sunblock. It was sunblock. I was at the supermarket, and it was the dual packs, and it was buy one get one free.
I'm gonna do it,
Steve. I'm telling you, I've never seen a deal this good before, and I've never seen a deal this good afterwards. Steve, there was the 2 packs, buy one get one free for like $10, which is just when I looked at it, I'm like, this cannot be right.
Well, you texted us.
I bought.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I cleared the rack. Okay. And then I went to the other Acme that was across the town. Yahoo! And they had the same deal too. So much so, Steve, that I cleared that rack, and they were trying to charge me full price. I'm like, no, this is what it says over there.
No mother effer.
And I had to go over with the cashier to the little rack.
Yeah.
I think it was I don't know if it was mislabeled or whatever.
Nah, they wouldn't have done that at 2 different stores.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you this though, like sometimes on Prime Day, you will see some very good deals. Sometimes, you listen, and I try to support the brick and mortar all I can as well.
Yeah.
But Amazon came out years ago with a tool case, like not a tool bag, but a fully stocked sort of, it looks like a briefcase with the tools in it, all laid out. And it was their debut price. And it was like $60 for this thing.
Okay.
And it's normally like $150. I bought it. I use that friggin' thing all the time.
Yeah.
So occasionally you'll get great deals on that. And I think they might have rolled that out during the Prime Day.
Yeah.
deal.
I just don't, I have all this money to spend, and I don't.
You want to buy something.
I don't need, yeah.
And it's birthday money.
Dude,
it's the best kind of money.
You know, I have those little scooters, right? The electric scooters. I could get one, and I would only have to pay like $25 out of pocket. But I don't need another one. But like I don't know what else I want.
Well, you can start mating.
Yeah.
Would you ever do groceries? Just like standard stuff. I mean, I know that's not sexy or a birthday, but you could maybe get a cake.
Yeah.
Candles?
No.
Underwear?
I don't need any underwear.
How about an underwear
cake?
cake?
I don't need. Okay, I don't have an underwear cake. I
That's
could
new.
do that. That would be new.
What is that? It's my underwear cake.
Right?
But like, all right, so it's like Father's Day. It was like, all right, what does Daddy like? Okay, let's get him something golf. Let's get him, So listen, I cycle, I swim, I go to the gym. What else do I do?
You exfoliate?
I don't need anything. Like even all those things.
That's a good problem to have.
It is.
Absolutely.
Like
not
even
only do I not need anything, I don't want anything. I'm so tired of stuff.
I just want a swim spot. That's all I want.
I know.
That's
But
it.
Is that so much to ask for?
I have a birthday coming up too, and I don't want any more things in my life at all. And listen, God bless you if you're an Amazon shopper. Like I don't even buy anything on the internet. I don't know. I'm not.
Then get. I'm not even kidding when I said underwear. Get socks and underwear. You are eventually going to go through that stuff. You're going to need more.
Yeah, sure.
And you can just stash it away, and you'll have your little repository at your home.
Socks, underwear, icing. You got the makings of your
Icing
cake.
for your cake. Your underwear cake. How did these socks get in my underwear cake?
I wasn't sure if the underwear was made out of cake or.
Well, I just revised it. Normally, it was just underwear that was sort of shaped like a cake. That you could just pull your underwear out. But then I thought, well, a little icing might help.
Can't
It's just my
hurt.
thing. Yeah.
Unless you're allergic to it or something like that. Get a little rash. Amazon Prime Video, here's some of the deals that you can get. Amazon Prime Video, you get up to 50% off renting or buying select shows and movies, as well as deals on certain channels through Prime Video channels like Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll? I don't know if familiar.
Stars and MGM Plus for 99 cents a month for 2 months.
By the way, what is a Prime membership going for these days? I just
the
automatically renew.
Prime members and a membership is $14.99 a month or $139 for a year.
All right.
There's also some sales on Amazon devices. The retailer says it's offering its lowest price ever on things like Ring Battery Doorbell Plus, Fire TV Cube, the third generation, the Kindle Scribe, and Eero Max 7 Mesh Wi-Fi systems, Fire TV 2 Series, Insignia 50-inch Class F30 Series Smart Fire TV with Alexa voice remote, Fire HD 10 tablets, and Fire HD 8 kids are also on sale for up to 68% off.
So
I don't know what any of that
A few
stuff
years ago, I got there. They had their Amazon security cameras for the house, and I bought a whole bunch of them because I train them on furniture so that if an animal, one of our cats ever pees on the furniture or whatever, and they have a urinary tract infection, we're not carting 8 to 10, depending on how many cats we have at the time, to the vet, all trying to figure out which one has that. So I could just get that video. So I bought all these. And I also subscribed to the cloud service to record and store the videos. Yeah. They bricked the whole line, like discontinued that. And then so they moved on to but we're going to have these new security cameras, these new Ring cameras for inside. And I'm like, okay, so what's the deal? Well, we can send you one of the cameras. I'm like, I just bought 8 of these. Yeah. You're going to send me one? And so I said, F that. And I got back at them. I bought another brand on Amazon.
Aha! You showed them.
I showed them.
There's also discounts from brands including Ninja, Nordic Track, Poppy Prebiotic Sodas, GoPro, and Hatch.
What about those walking pads? How much do those things cost?
What is that?
The little walking pads. It's like a little mini treadmill.
I know, like for offices, people do it.
Yeah.
They seem rather, I don't know, a little lame to me.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for exercise and you need something like that, they're not that. Well, I can find out right now. Little walking track. I have the page up.
There's a list of the top 24 deals on Amazon Prime Day on WMMR.com.
Oh, excellent.
And Casey, I'm looking to see on our website if there's anything for the walking pad. There's an electric spin scrub brush, a handheld Bluetooth label maker.
Nick, they float between like a 120 and 170.
Which do?
For the walking tread, the walking path things.
Okay, there's a very cute lace embroidered top.
Yeah, and a battery. Yeah, that is cute.
Yeah.
Battery. Where did it go?
This one?
Is it a
Battery
dustbuster?
Battery operated stroller fan.
Okay.
All right. Can I recommend something here? Let me look into my history here, because I bought what I believe is the best misting fan I've ever had, and it's different than other misting fans in that if you ever get a misting fan for your backyard or whatever, routinely you hook it up to a hose and it pumps the water through and it sprays out through the fan and it'll drop the temperature down. This one has a receptacle at the bottom, like a tub.
Yeah.
And you fill it up with water, and you can move it anywhere without being a slave to the hose.
You said it's battery operated?
It's electric.
Boogie.
Yeah.
I've seen these at track and field events. I'm telling you.
They're amazing.
If you're a parent with a kid that plays, whether it be baseball, softball, soccer, or whatever, and you want something that can mist on the sidelines, this is a great, great buy.
Hey, how come they haven't named the misting fan hit or mist?
Yeah, why not?
You know,
it is called
just sitting there.
Cool Off 10-gallon water tank tropic breeze portable misting fan with 90-degree oscillation. Mine is in midnight black.
All right.
Yeah.
And how much is that one?
Wait a second. This is way more expensive than what I paid for it initially.
Because I bought a dustbuster a couple of weeks
ago. The price has clearly skyrocketed. You may want to ignore my advice.
Okay. The dustbuster I got was retailed at $200. I got it for $34.99.
Wow.
Yeah, that was before Prime Day.
Hey, Casey, here's one on the list for an air fryer.
I need an air fryer.
This is a Corsair. It's a 9-in-1 Corsair air fryer. It'll heat up all of your dinners, only $85.49.
Not going to do that.
I kid you not, my misting fan tripled in price.
That's ridiculous.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Wait a minute, why don't you like that air fryer?
I didn't like
the price.
I didn't like the price. I didn't know,
like the attitude.
I didn't know Consori. I don't know the brand.
Is $85 expensive for a?
I think I got mine for $69.99.
Okay.
And mine was a Ninja.
Is this yours a 9-in-1?
What's that?
Is yours a 9-in-1?
What do you need? What 9 what?
I'm just trying to sell the Consori.
Here, sell me this air fryer.
You're right.
Ninja is one of the brands that they're highlighting as having great discounts today, by the way, Case.
Yeah.
Well, they're also very secretive.
Yeah, you can't see them. Sometimes there's a cloud of smoke.
Where's your air fryer?
Where'd you go?
Right there.
Yeah.
What's a good price for earbuds?
$200 max.
All right, so this one, these are Samsung. They're $144.99 on Amazon Prime.
I'm a jobber guy.
Galaxy Bud 2. A house cleaning demon, the Bissell Little Green.
Yeah, I don't want to bring anything devil related.
Hold on a second.
That's a
Rochelle thing right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a
35% off.
Shampooer, right?
Yeah, it's for carpets and whatnot. Our dogs poop on the carpet a lot.
Not by request, right?
No, we don't ask them to do that.
No, for some reason my dog likes to do that on either linoleum or hardwood, which I'm grateful
easier
for.
to
I
clean
do
up.
too.
Yeah.
Honestly, I prefer pooping on hardwood. It just feels earthy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's getting back to nature. What was so? Do you buy a lot on Amazon or no?
No. Well, I mean,
you're more.
No. I just don't buy that much. I just don't buy stuff that much. But when I want to get something, I would much rather do that than get in my car, go and find. It's so much more convenient.
Would you say you do eBay more? Or
no,
Etsy?
Very rarely eBay and Etsy, just from time to time, only for hard to find items.
Okay.
And when I don't mind buying pre-owned stuff, like there's a lot of golf things that you can get through eBay that if you're looking for something specific, like I needed a specific head cover for one of my golf clubs and for my putter, and I had to do that through eBay.
So when you're getting a little frivolous and you're buying yourself something, is it usually golf related?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sibian? Man, I don't know. Not for my Sibian. That thing's
rock solid.
State of the art.
I mean, honestly, golf-wise, what do you even need now? I mean, balls are the one things that are constantly, I lose balls a lot. You don't lose balls like I do.
The stuff that I buy, and I don't know if I would call it frivolous or not, is that I go and splurge on is like booze. I don't buy a whole lot.
Amazon doesn't. There's no alcohol available on Amazon.
No.
I don't think so.
But I don't. I don't. We. It's going out to dinner and things like that I spend money on. To be honest.
Well, the booze bra is available.
The booze bra.
Yeah, you can. It actually has a container.
Tell me more.
$29. The original wine rack booze bra flask. adjustable design.
It's a hidden flask, so I can wear a bra and no one will know that I've actually got liquor in it. It's a great idea.
A little hose around it.
All right. Well, anyway, it's Prime Day. I wanted to switch gears because there was something that happened on this date in 1969. Apollo 11 launched, blasted off from Cape Kennedy. We actually have a clip of the first manned mission to the surface of the moon, just to remind you. And then I have a moon story, which is kind of interesting. Then I'm going to follow up with that.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
So that was Apollo 11, 1969.
A little casual, isn't he?
Liftoff, yeah.
We have a liftoff. Kind of a liftoff. Lifted off there. It's going up to space. Gonna go to the Wave goodbye. Bye-bye, big rocket.
There's an interesting story about somebody who was in charge of the countdown and stuff like that, and being very casual when the Challenger exploded. They were obviously, Houston was detailing they go from the Space Center and then they turn control over to Houston, which obviously is part of the way across the country.
Right.
And there are people at that point just essentially looking at numbers and stats and passing that information. And after the space shuttle blew up, you can hear the guy's voices saying, well, obviously there was a major malfunction.
Yeah.
And he was so casual in his response, and it was being broadcast, that people got upset about that. Like, how dare you not have an emotion?
That.
And I remember seeing the guy interviewed. He's like, I was just relaying the information that I was seeing on my screen and had no idea that this tragedy had taken place.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild to go back and watch it, and you're like, well, obviously a major malfunction, and so casual. But all right, anyway, besides that, saw this story this morning, and it's interesting that it came out on the date that Apollo 11 was launched. Scientists confirmed a cave on the moon.
That's where the moon gorillas live.
Not far from where Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed 55 years ago.
How cool is that?
Suspect that there are hundreds more that could house future astronauts. An Italian-led team reported Monday that there's evidence for a sizable cave accessible from the deepest known pit on the moon. The location is it's located at the Sea of Tranquility, which is just 250 miles from Apollo 11's landing site. The pit, like the more than 200 others discovered up there, was created by the collapse of a lava tube. Researchers analyzed radar measurements by NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter and compared the results with lava tubes on Earth, and their findings appear in the journal Nature Astronomy.
Did you ever see the movie First Men in the Moon, based on the H.G. Wells story? So the idea is that they go into these lava tubes in the moon, and it's a completely fantastical story, obviously. But there is a race of aliens that live in there, and it's very cool. But yeah, you forget there is this that exists. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it says here the radar data reveals only the initial part of the underground cavity. They estimate that it's at least 130 feet wide and tens of yards long, probably more.
Big enough for a swim spa.
Most of the pits, they'll get one before Casey does.
India puts a swim spa on the moon.
If we can put a swim spa on the moon.
Do you
10 seconds to swim spa launch. We gotta go swim spa in space.
Do they need crushed stone underneath their concrete pad there?
They do not. The space dust is perfect. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
They don't have to worry about that.
That's perfect.
It's
we're gonna
1/6.
need some crushed stone for a platform for the swim spa.
It's 1/6 the gravity of Earth, so
We have an issue. The space gorillas are in the swim spa.
I wonder how far you could splash water on the moon.
I would assume like when they drove the golf ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I assume it would go quite a distance.
It would go a little ways.
Well,
yeah.
then that leaves when a male climaxes on the moon.
Oh my God, that's a distance record.
Yeah.
Peter North would be.
Yeah.
You'd shoot a hole in the wall.
You'd be walking along down a street and you'd think a bird crapped on you, but no, it would be Peter North from the moon.
We've had a rupture in the capsule. There's a rupture in the capsule.
We need North outside now. It's like trying to thread a needle.
So the scene in Apollo 13.
Yeah. We have a problem.
Manually.
Can you do this manually, Mr. Colonel North? I think I can do it.
Most of the pits, they're calling them.
Yeah, because they're cave pits?
Seem to be located in the moon's ancient lava plains, according to the scientists. And there also could be some at the moon's south pole. The planned location of NASA's astronaut landings later this decade. Permanently shadowed craters there on the South Pole are believed to hold frozen water that could provide drinking water and help with rocket fuel as well.
This is always, well, as of late, I can't say always, this notion that there might be frozen water in some of these craters on the dark side of the moon.
That would be pretty wild.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that it's something that, they weren't talking about for the longest time, and now it's something.
The findings suggest
that's your swim spot, Case.
There could be hundreds of pits on the moon and thousands of lava tubes.
pitted.
Lots of pitted. Such places could serve as a natural shelter for astronauts, protecting them from cosmic rays and solar radiation, as well as from micrometeorite strikes.
I don't know if it was astronomers or if it was like ancient
cosmetologists.
No, like ancient civilizations. But there is one planet that is actually married to the moon. Did you ever notice the ring around Uranus?
Yeah. How about that?
I actually made that up myself this weekend.
In a lab?
Yeah. But I didn't know that Uranus actually had a ring around it. So the joke actually went the opposite, that it was the only planet that was not married.
Yeah, it would have killed it.
It would have killed it.
Yeah.
It's facts.
You lost me.
So at first when I had thought of the joke.
Take us through the
dissection.
The evolution of Casey's dad
It was at
joke.
this point where Casey explained how he came up with the joke.
The punchline of the joke was initially, did you ever notice
the ring around Saturn?
No. Did you ever notice that there was no ring around Uranus? And Uranus was not going to be married. But then, as it turns out, there's a tiny little ring around Uranus. So it turned out that Uranus is married because there's a ring around.
Tiny little ring around Uranus. Okay.
Yeah.
Was it did you ask the question
It's a Tammy Wynette song.
about Uranus last week, Preston, about it being the only planet named after a Greek god and not a Roman god?
Yes.
Or was that Jeopardy? Okay, that was you.
Yes, that was me.
Yeah.
So
You're Jeopardy.
The findings suggest there could be hundreds of pits on the moon and thousands of lava tubes. Such places would serve, like I said, for protection from radiation. Building habitats from scratch would be more time-consuming and challenging, even when factoring in the potential need of reinforcing the cave walls to prevent collapse.
If you had the chance to go to the moon, as they start to do this and get this up and running, and would you do it?
I don't know. I used to immediately answer a question like that and say, hell yes, I would go.
Would you demand a spacesuit?
Yes, that would be one of the requirements. But I don't feel the need to do that type of thing anymore.
Interplanetary travel?
TV is so good.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's so comfortable.
I got a show to watch.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, no, I'm saying it would be, I can get a pretty good idea of what it's like by watching it on TV with the coverage there.
Yeah, I don't need to go do it myself.
I don't know. What about you?
TV's very good.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Like the question, I'm fascinated with Mount Everest, and they would never climb it. So I watch people climb it.
Yeah.
It's the best thing. It's so safe to watch other people do things.
But at least with the moon, you don't actually have to get up. You can just sit the whole time. Other than
and just be pushed along,
by the
space gorillas.
But to answer your question, yes, I would go to the moon yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you do time travel as well?
Mm-hmm. No, I just to hammer home how
I don't want to go today.
I would answer that question, and yes, if they came to me right now and said, "Hey, do you want to go to the moon?" I wouldn't even think about it.
I guess the most exciting thing about something like that would be to experience lighter gravity on the moon and to experience full weightlessness on the way to the moon.
To
That'd
me,
be
that
pretty
is
amazing.
That is a fascinating aspect of even though it's just the low orbit stuff that they're doing around Earth here with Virgin Galactic and.
I just want to do it for the astronaut ice cream, Preston. That's all.
The astronaut ice cream.
You don't remember that astronaut ice cream? You would buy that. They
Smithsonian.
had Smithsonian.
They're in
had
Space
it.
We got
Museum,
mini melts, man.
It's kind of like mini melts?
Except it's not cold at all. It's just.
Oh yeah,
is it like freeze dried? I don't even know what it actually is.
Well, they make it on the moon and then they ship it back.
Right?
Yeah.
And they make it in the caves.
Right.
The
Moon
Keebler
caves.
elves.
Right. You know,
wear
the moon
space
ice.
helmets. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys know.
So, by the way, going back to the moon caves, Rocks and other material inside of these caves, unaltered by the harsh surface conditions over the eons, also could help scientists better understand how the moon evolved, especially involving its volcanic activity.
It is a fascinating thing. It's obviously woefully underexplored. We took that little pause of many decades.
We got a good moon, like considering all the moons in the solar system, I'm proud of ours.
Some are real stinkers.
Yeah, there's some losers out there.
Piece of crap moon.
They keep discovering new moons in like Saturn, and it astounds me that there are new celestial objects within our solar system that are still being discovered.
Heretofore unknown.
Yeah.
It shows you how far away that stuff is and
True.
how precise of equipment.
Do you think you could hit it with a football?
You need to detect. I could throw it over that mountain over there, but I couldn't.
If I was
probably make it to the moon.
if I was not standing on Earth, I could hit it with a football. If I was standing on the space station,
you could hit it.
I could hit it with a football.
Okay. All right, one last thing, and then we're going to have to take a break. But I wanted to mention this before the day was up. Our good friend Mike Jarek of Fox 29 made an announcement yesterday. He was off air for the past 3 weeks recovering from surgery related to prostate cancer. And he was accompanied by Dr. Mike when they made the announcement. And they even mentioned Steve Morrison in that announcement because you and Mike have been in touch with each other.
Yes. A while ago, Dr. Mike reached out and said, is it okay if I put Mike Jarek through to you? Obviously, we love Mike Jarek as well, love Dr. Mike. And he asked about my situation, what I went through. And it seems that I helped convince him. I believe right now listen, your decision is your decision, but the removal of it, the procedure that I had is, I'm many years now, undetectable, and they remove the prostate. It's one of the situations where if there's cancer in it, they can remove it, and the odds are very good. As Dr. Mike says, no one need die of prostate cancer if you catch it early enough. So Mike made the decision, Mike Jarek. And it was great to see him. He looks fantastic. He's doing great.
He said, I wasn't suspended. I wasn't fired. I didn't get in trouble. I wasn't on a long vacation. I was getting taken care of. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer in May after a standard blood test, the PSA test, that showed his prostate antigen levels had jumped into the teens, generally a cancer indicator. And from there, an MRI revealed that some of the cancer had moved beyond his prostate, prompting him to undergo surgery at the recommendation of his urologist earlier this summer. Do you guys have the same urologist, Dr. Lee?
So there's Dr. Daniel Lee and Dr. David Lee. And they're both phenomenal. Right now is currently Dr. Daniel Lee. But they are tremendous and at Penn, and both incredibly kind and caring and tremendous people.
Dr. Mike had said that there was a good possibility the cancer would have continued to spread beyond Mike's prostate had he had waited much longer. And Mike says he feels pretty good during the segment. He thanked his teams at Penn Medicine and Fox 29 for their support, as well as Alex Holly, who was apparently among the first to visit him after the surgery. And then they thanked you, Steve.
So stop and think about it. Again, that's the second time. I mean, there are many times. I know for a fact many times where that PSA test, which some doctors say, you don't use that because you get a false positive. All I've ever heard of is the PSA red flagging a situation early, so that people can catch it early and save their lives.
I don't know what the harm is. Even if you did get a false positive, you do a follow-up test to find out for sure, and then you're like, you don't have it.
You don't have it.
Yeah.
Okay. So who cares?
Yeah.
I'd rather have the potential of an indicator than go unaware of it at all.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Dr. Mike always, when I go in for checkups, the PSA test is an absolute requirement.
Absolutely.
So I was happy to hear that Mike is okay and he's on the road to recovery.
Is he back?
I'm not going to
talk
back
to him tomorrow. Okay.
Possibly. I don't know.
I texted him yesterday just wishing him well, and he said he hopes to chat with us this week.
Okay, good. Yeah, because he didn't indicate in that announcement whether or not he was coming back right away or not. But,
it's nice to have a guy like Dr. Mike and a guy like Steve Morrison in your life because they care, and
thank you.
It's nice of you, Steve, to look out for Mike Jarek. By the way, I meant to ask, are the doctors Lee related?
No, they're not.
Okay.
No, it just happens that the people who are the most adroit at handling prostate surgeries are all named Lee.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's a good name for a band.
Lee.
The Doctors Lee.
The Doctors Lee, yeah.
Do you know who invented the robotic surgery for prostate cancer? Geddy Lee.
Oh, my God.
I thought it was Leonardo da Vinci.
No. Geddy Lee.
Lee.
Your last name has to be
It has to be Lee. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Bruce Lee tried, but
No,
Brenda Lee. Go get me some.
Bruce Lee had
Nice
a
tea.
clinic that developed Uranus jokes.
Did you ever notice the ring around Uranus?
Oh my God.
There we go. Somebody said it's noticeable that Kathy's not here.
It is,
isn't it?
Yeah.
More D jokes.
All right. What was that for?
That was for Kathy. In honor.
Did you see Kathy sent a picture of the classic, the book that she's reading, poolside of her feet. Classic vacation picture. Yeah.
Oh, she sent a picture of her feet?
Yeah, well,
I know
thought
people
her
who would pay good money for that.
Yeah, right?
Wasn't
You know
her
what?
feet
Let's
in that
just start
picture?
her OnlyFans account without her knowledge.
Without her.
Yeah.
We
yeah.
probably could scare up enough pictures of her feet around here somewhere.
We'll just use your feet. You're a foot
Oh, my
model.
God. My feet are in horrible condition right now. Horrible. My former self would be ashamed of me right now.
No.
Well, I have psoriasis, and a lot of people don't know this. That psoriasis affects your nails as well. And so they get all funky looking. And there's very little I can do about that.
So Chuck says this break will not be part of any future best of.
Did you just
man.
text that?
Yeah.
Is that Chuck that did that?
Yeah, it's Chuck.
I know he's our boss, but he doesn't dictate those decisions. As a matter of fact,
Chuck's had
listen
it.
tomorrow morning at 5:30. We're going to play this
We're
back.
going to play this back for you, Chuck.
Uh-huh.
Chuck just selected tomorrow's best of.
Yeah, we were going to play back the future Olympian, but you know what? We're going to do this instead.
I think Chuck is sensitive about the best of stuff.
Yeah.
There was something went wrong
Well,
with him
when he
while
was
we were on.
when he was young, he was actually beaten up by a best of segment.
Did you just call him Chunk, by the way?
Oh, yeah, it was a slip, yes. You can call him Chunk if you want to.
I'm going to do that. Just
After you have that Uranus joke and you complain about his,
Yeah, you're right,
his
man.
chunk.
You're right.
Yeah.
I apologize.
By the way, a ring wouldn't be it goes around a finger, not around a whole body.
No,
a whole person.
You didn't do it right. When I proposed to Claire, I put a ring around her anus.
Bend over, honey.
this-
I have a question for you.
I'm going to have to tug out some of the skin because I'm going to put
around.
around.
Yeah, let's pull that out
This
a little bit.
hurts so badly.
Pucker up so I can fit that on there.
Don't move. I'm pulling. Let me get the vacuum cleaner. I got to suck out enough skin to put a ring around.
I do.
Oh, God, yes.
Just yes. Make it stop.
So you think Uranus, that's the whole body? You don't think that's just the tip of it?
No, I think Uranus is the planet. It would be like putting a ring, or it would be like putting a hula hoop around someone.
Well,
you know?
I mean, that's more, there's more value there. It's bigger.
It's bigger.
Right.
It's a larger ring.
It is a larger
Shows
ring.
more of a commitment.
Yeah.
You're less likely to agree to that if you've had to endure having the soft flesh of your anus pulled out to put a ring around it.
The soft, sensitive flesh.
Right.
Of your anus. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dump on your on your
sorry.
joke.
I didn't mean to dump on your anus.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
We should probably take a break
Maybe,
now.
you know what? Maybe Chuck was right.
Maybe this part isn't for best up tomorrow. I would like to remind you today is Tattoo Tuesday. Text word tattoo to 39333 because we are giving away a $350 gift certificate from our good friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street, or check them out at floatingworldtattoos.com. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. More bizarre file stories are on the way. Stay with us. You don't see it. He sits here while we're in the middle of breaks, and he cleans his ears.
You know what he's like, Preston?
Yes,
He's
you
like
do.
Hyman Roth sitting there.
I itch my ears or scratch my ears because they get itchy, and I'm.
Well, I don't care. Whatever. You're sticking that thing in your ear, and I turn over.
my ear. I got a little got the thing in my
Listen, man.
There's usually something in one of his orifices when I turn and look at him.
I got a bit of a boogie here in my
Yes,
nose and
exactly.
my ear.
Pick an orifice. It stands for a quality tip.
We're
Steve.
bigger than U.S. Steel.
Oh, did you hear that?
What?
It stands for quality tip.
Oh, okay.
Q-tip.
All right.
And so you've noticed a diminishment in the quality of the quality tip.
Yes, this should be less Q-tip, less quality.
How about SP subpar?
Everyone's trying to be environmentally friendly, so
F
maybe
that.
that's a part of it, like the cardboard straws.
Oh, you know what? Here's a bit of trivia, and I did. I have heard this before. The original name of Q-tips were baby gays.
Now you're talking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know it.
Can you get those delivered?
Stop it. Televangelist Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't going to cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot I won't go into all that.
No, I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Mm-hmm. Airliner. So this is back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
there's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. Mm-hmm. And
he's praying over the corrosion in his air.
Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. Mm-hmm. This is your thing. Mm-hmm. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Come on. Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
previous
come in a
owner
hard
could have
time.
gone down a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went up, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
Took a while to do it. I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. It felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah, to pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are
one,
you out of your mind?
right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
He's serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what are they? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays
Oh my God.
are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, is there on my back? Just maybe.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying this? Yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedures.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that.
Too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
Is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times.
Aww.
His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then.
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something, she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you,
It
ma'am.
is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. Ma'am to set someone off.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or
that's
something like
that's
that.
how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when somebody, I remember the first time somebody, he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect
Right.
to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not
This
doomed.
kid walking along, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most
Yeah,
women?
but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing too. I think it's but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to start with this interesting story about an animal. At just 10 years old, a lion named Jacob has survived being gored, his family being poisoned for body parts, and an attempted poaching that left him as an amputee. But now the animal known as Africa's most resilient lion has broken an incredible record alongside his brother by swimming across crocodile and hippo-infested waters known to be deadly for their species.
Wow.
This is a badass lion.
It's really nothing. It's commitment, and it's just knowing your place in the jungle and what you can and can't do.
Using drones equipped with high
I used a drone.
With high-
I checked out the area, and we knew we could swim across.
They had high-definition heat detection cameras. They filmed Jacob and his brother Tibu crossing the Kazinga Channel in Uganda. Kazinga. The channel reaches a width of 20 miles and holds the biggest population of hippos and numerous crocodiles in the world. So most lions who attempt to cross that channel only make it between 10 and a couple hundred meters in, as the waterway is filled with predators. Some of those attempts were fatal due to crocs.
It's amazing.
And yet the two brothers made it, swimming what researchers believe to be a total of 1.5 kilometers from bank to bank, just under a mile at night. While big cats swimming long distances has been documented, the study says that the data and footage of such incidents are scarce and inconsistent. And this guy is an amputee. He's got one less leg. A researcher said that it's likely that the search for females is what drove the lions
That's
to make
it, man.
the dangerous journey.
On Beaver Patrol.
While there is a small bridge that connects either side of the waterway, he said that people being present probably deterred the animals from using. He said,
Dude, I gotta get some.
He said competition for lionesses in the park is fierce, and they lost a fight for female affection in the hours leading up to the swim, he said. So it's likely the duo mounted the risky journey to get their females on the other side of the channel.
I heard the bitches on the other side are loose.
While both brothers managed to accomplish an amazing feat, even hippos with their aggression, size, and jaw strength can be deadly to lions.
Honestly, can you imagine? And they swim it at night?
Yep, and it's Jacob's success in particular because he was short one leg that stunned the researchers. So pretty wild story. A golf course worker in southern Arizona died last month after being attacked by a swarm of bees while on the job.
Oh, my God.
Rick Messina was a member of the agronomy team at El Conquistador Golf and Tennis Club, just north of Tucson, where he helped maintain the property grounds. He was stung near the 8th hole. Messina had been mowing the rough around the course when the swarm attacked. Emergency services took him to a local hospital. He died 3 days later from complications due to the bee stings.
Was it one of these hives that's in the ground?
No. So here's the interesting part. Professional beekeepers were called in the afternoon of the attack to inspect the area immediately around the 8th hole for beehives and other remnants of the swarm, which were not found. They said that summer is peak season for bee swarms, and because beekeepers did not find any evidence of the bees that attacked him, the swarm was likely a traveling swarm of bees.
You mean that's when you were in the wrong place at the wrong time?
Yep.
They're traveling by and they attack. The guy was doing nothing that would have agitated them.
La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Ah, bees!
Quite literally like that.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And by the way, the movie The Beekeeper with Jason Statham.
I watched it.
Okay. It sucks. I didn't like it. I was like, what if they wanted to make John Wick terrible?
I thought it was okay.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. You know, it was all right. It was junk food movie.
Junk food.
But you're right. It's not.
What do you mean John Wick terrible? Like a bad guy?
No,
Or
like
just
if
lame?
they
The movie?
took the John Wick premise and then made it really bad and turned the dude into a beekeeper.
Well, they came up with a threadbare. He's a beekeeper.
Yeah.
That means he's got his special capabilities. It's like, oh no, he's an orchid man. He's a Culligan man.
The orchid man. All right, on to another story. Turned out to be a very bad day for a man who dropped his chicken sandwich in his car.
I hate that.
Vancouver, Washington police said that he reached for the sandwich, crashed into a light pole, and rolled it over.
Oh, man.
Of course, we've all been tempted to do the same thing. You go to a drive-thru, you get your food, you drop something on the floor, and then you want to reach for it right then. But this should be a lesson for parking your car before recovering your food.
Didn't you say statistically the reaching for food and or the distraction of food is like in the second or third largest cause of roadway of accidents on the roadways?
Absolutely. The 46-year-old man wasn't cited for distracted driving, but he was... his insurance information was collected. There's been no word on whether he ended up eating the chicken sandwich or not, but it definitely caused him to actually roll the vehicle.
That's crazy. I almost ran off the road the other day. I was trying to grab a piece of my underwear cake on the passenger side.
Got to let it go, man. Let it go. In Iowa, the sheriff's office, Lyon County Sheriff's Office has just released details about an accident in which the occupants are lucky to have escaped with their lives. 20-year-old Xander John Ditzworth was driving a 2014 Jeep Patriot. He went around a road-closed barricade thinking that the road was passable. The road and bridge approach had been completely washed away to recent flooding. The bridge was gone. The Jeep became airborne over the void, struck the bridge, and fell into the creek below. The Jeep became mostly submerged in the creek, but all three occupants were able to escape.
That's amazing.
Ditzworth and his two passengers were transported to a hospital. The Jeep was a complete loss. Ditzworth was cited for failure to obey a traffic control device, which is a simple misdemeanor.
I was driving yesterday around a road construction area, and they had the cones laid out in a completely indecipherable way.
I've had that happen.
And I could not figure it. I knew that the strip area mall that I was pulling into was open. I could not figure out how to get into it.
Yep, you don't know what the hell to do. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you right now. So I'm going to save this for the next break, Casey. But what I am going to do right now, because we have an announcement, a show announcement coming up in just a moment, is have a chance for you to win a 4-pack of Hershey Park tickets. Now, you need to know the answer to the secret trivia question that we have for you. So, Nick, could you please oblige me with the number caller?
14.
All right, caller number 14 at 215-263-WMMR. If you know the answer to the Hershey Park secret text trivia question, call now. And the only way to even know what the question is in the first place was to text in. And don't worry if you didn't do it today. We're going to do it for the rest of the week. Okay, so we'll remind you about that later. And keep in mind, you can buy for a limited time 2 tickets and get 1 free at HersheyPark.com. And that ends on July 25th. We'll come back with a winner. Stay with us.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred it, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say, ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just
you keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be prithee, good ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. Looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And I was with Elisa. We're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, we stand there, and he goes, "Hi." And so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
Clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
Like and vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Yeah,
they got
poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. She said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? That both sides are different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah, it
too.
was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I love
comment
the Church of Satan, too.
Maryland Man? And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker.
Makes sense.
He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It's glowing
lights up
to
like
my
my
heartbeat. And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know,
Like
it's
this,
so
Preston.
it's such a shame.
She's got the lips like.
Yes, yeah, full on,
Let me see.
full on constructed duck
like
lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it
You're
automatically.
close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. I don't know. Who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of.
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You
I think
can't.
it'd be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twiggy wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Oh, no,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need light. Here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, right. We do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like
Let me see.
like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little shop of it glows to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow. Turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person, Simon Huck, is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist, and I want your neck to glow.
Stop it.
Okay.
They don't see that outside the bubble.
right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or
Yeah,
some sort of
fantasy, sci-fi thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Tegan, sported the Foo Fighters on 93.3 WMMR, playing some shows in and around the area. They are in New York this weekend, and then next weekend on Friday, a week from this Friday, they are playing Hershey Park, which is awesome.
No, a week from today.
I'm sorry, a week from today. Yeah.
Tuesday the 23rd, yeah.
Nice. Well, with that, we should probably try and get a winner right now of these Hershey Park tickets. We have 4 packs to give away all week long. And we're doing it like Secret Text Word, only it's a trivia question. And you text in, we send you the trivia question. You call back, be the designated caller, and give us the answer, and you win. And that's how you do it. And so we were looking for caller number 14, and that is Paul. So we're going to go to Paul. Hey, Paul, morning, bud.
Good morning,
Good morning to see you. Paul, here is I can reveal the question.
Yes.
Now. Or should I just ask him for the answer and then give it? Because, he already knows the question.
Yeah, Paul.
Hey, Paul, what's the answer to the question?
Would it happen to be May 30th, 1906?
It is 1906. Yeah, the question was, what year did Hershey Park officially open? And see, Paul knew it because he texted in.
1906.
And Paul, we are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park, my man. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thanks. You guys rock.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate that. Hang on the line. We'll get all your information. We'll take care of it, and we'll do it again tomorrow. And by the way, just a reminder, for a limited time, you buy 2 tickets, and you can get 1 free.
Great deal.
At HersheyPark.com. That will end on July 25th. So just a heads up on that, dear friend. All right, we're going to give something else completely different away before we get into the trash and music news. The lesson question. Today, we give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Art of the Brick at the Franklin Institute. And the question is as follows, and it wasn't that long ago. Which Dr. Lee invented the robotic prostate removal method? 215-263-WMMR. Don't look up the answer.
No, it'll be wrong.
Because it's not real. It's just what was said on the show. That's how this thing works, all right? Which Dr. Lee invented the robotic prostate removal method? If you heard that, it was around 9:41, not that long ago. 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by Powhatan in Ocean City. You can set sail with Powhatan, and the only Caribbean tiki boat experience you'll find, New Jersey. And you bring the drinks and the food, they'll captain your boat. Book your tropical getaway or your bachelorette party today at PauhanaTikiBoat.com. That's spelled P-A-U-H-A-N-A, tikiboat.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, One Tree actress Jana Kramer and country singer Alan Russell were married at a rural estate in Scotland on Saturday. Russell and Alan had to fend off the local paparazzi, which consisted of one old man with the GoPro mounted on his walker.
Oh, my God.
Kim and Khloe Kardashian attended the wedding of 2 billionaires in Mumbai, adorned in gowns made from hundreds of diamonds. The sisters noted that even though diamonds are the hardest substance on earth, they still can't cut through their egos.
Hey!
And finally, the Hawk Tuah girl, Haley Welch, loaning $10,000 to the company making her official Hawk Tuah merchandise. Welch says if everything goes according to her plan, she should very soon owe her first $1 million. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if you do indeed know the answer to this. Which Dr. Lee invented the robotic prostate removal method? 215-263-WMMR, our number. And we will go to John, try and get the answer. Hi, John. Morning, bud.
Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy. Let's get him a Jimmy, please.
Jimmy.
All right. Which Dr. Lee invented the robotic prostate removal method?
Geddy Lee.
Geddy Lee. Yeah, hang on, John. We are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Art of the Brick at the Franklin Institute. Don't miss your last chance to see the Art of the Brick at the Franklin Institute. This is the world's largest display of Lego art, featuring over 100 original works by artist Nathan Sawaya. Tickets at fi.edu.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
And it's brought to you by the Franklin Institute. The Art of the Brick, world's largest display of Lego art, is now open at the Franklin Institute. After the exhibit, explore the 9,000 square foot brick play space. Get your tickets today for the Art of the Brick at fi.edu. And I will have, at the end of this music news segment, a show announcement today.
Ooh.
Yeah. Thought this was very, very interesting. Metallica's self-titled album, commonly known as the Black Album, has now spent 750 total weeks on the Billboard 200 chart.
750 weeks.
Yep. It is number 178 this week, by the way. That's where it sits as we speak. It is the 4th album in history to reach the milestone, after Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, which has the most at 990 total weeks. Bob Marley's Legend at 843 total weeks. And Journey's Greatest Hits at 813 total weeks.
That is actually a surprise. I know for the longest time the Eagles' greatest hits had been way up on that list.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it was. Yeah, I forgot what their record was, Steve.
Yeah.
But I remember that being mentioned many times.
Right.
Yeah. Back in September of 2021, Metallica re-entered the Billboard 200 chart at position number 9. It marked the first time in 29 years that the LP had cracked the top 10 following the set's 30th anniversary reissue.
Interesting.
In September of that year. Prior to September 2021, Metallica was last in the top 10 in August 1992 after spending 4 weeks at number 1. The Black Album is one of the most commercially successful and critically acclaimed records of all time. Its 1991 release not only gave Metallica its first number 1 album in no fewer than 10 countries, including a 4-week run at number 1 in the U.S., its unrelenting series of singles, Enter Sandman, The Unforgiven, Nothing Else Matters, Wherever I May Roam, and Sad But True, fueled the band's rise to stadium headlining, radio and MTV dominating household name status.
How long has Love Left to Army with Love been on the top 100?
How long is what?
Corey Feldman's latest album.
Probably 0.
Happy birthday, Corey.
It's Love Left to Army with Love.
Love Left to Army with Love?
Love Left, the number 2, Army with Love.
Okay.
The album's impact and relevance, I'm talking about Metallica's
not
album.
Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman?
Okay.
Continued to grow, as proven by one indisputable fact. The Black Album remains unchallenged as the best-selling album in the history of Nielsen SoundScan, outselling every release in every genre over the past 33 years.
Truly for them, midnight flowers do bloom.
Yes, they do.
Springtime
The Springtime
flowers.
Flowers.
Springtime, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the remix.
To commemorate its 30th anniversary in 2021, the Grammy-winning, 16 times platinum certified Black Album received its definitive re-release via the band. Here it comes.
With an air of mystery, they never come too soon.
Via the band's
Time like the magic enemy.
Why do I know the words?
Black and Record recording.
It's almost like a dream. I rise this mountain across the that I see.
Okay.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
He's like, when he does a Blackbird cover, he's like, Blackbird doing the thing right there. I'm like, you don't know the words?
Blackbird flew into my friggin' head.
Casey's referencing something he spoke about earlier this morning, in that there is a video of Corey Feldman
Covering
doing a cover of Blackbird by the Beatles, and yet he doesn't know the words to it.
That's a problem.
Metallica's self-titled LP in 2014 became the first album to sell 16 million copies since Nielsen SoundScan started tracking sales in 1991. And it was the first of 4 collaborations with producer Bob Rock, whom the band clashed throughout the recording of the disc, by the way. But it was magic.
To bring it back to Corey Feldman, in 1991, he still had a viable career at that point, did he not? I want to look him up to see when, like his License to Drive came out around that time. Around the 89, 90,
He's
something
had
like that.
a very good film career, and we talked about it. And again, as you pointed out, we said earlier, if it brings him joy to do this, fine, because he's been through a lot. That's cool. We're just acknowledging.
Yeah.
What, something?
Something.
All right. You finding out any information you wanted
I wasn't
to
sure
pass
if you
along?
wanted to just move on.
I do.
Okay.
But I'm afraid you will interrupt me and if I move on. So
Okay.
let's get it out of the way.
Let's get it out of the way. Meatballs 4 he was in.
4.
And that was in 1992.
4. I didn't even know they made a 3. I knew they made a 2.
How do you top 2?
All right, so remember, hey, Nick, do you remember Blown Away with Nicole Eggert?
Yeah, man.
I like that movie.
That was like softcore porn.
It was.
And by the way, that movie aired all the time on HBO.
So that was 1992. So yes, he sort of still did have.
This is to marry him with the Metallica?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't.
That
I know.
Lunar Caves.
Right.
All right. Back to you, Preston.
Thank you, Casey. So when you're in the middle of a concert, there aren't many calls you're willing to take for obvious reasons, and one of those for Lenny Kravitz would be Denzel Washington. He posted a video of himself to Instagram holding his phone out to show the crowd that he had stopped the show to take a call from Denzel Washington.
Oh, yes.
The two have been friends for over 30 years, and according to Kravitz, they are closer than that. He said he's more than a friend. He's more than a brother. We're twins. But it's pretty funny that in the middle of it, he just pulls out his phone. He's like, hey, Denzel Washington's on the line.
What's the new, there's a new Denzel movie.
He's Gladiator 2, is he not?
That's it, yes. Yeah, he's in Gladiator 2.
And I just watched a workout video with Lenny Kravitz. He was doing these reverse crunches with a barbell.
He's wearing leather pants.
Dude, it's insane.
He's doing, like, he's holding a barbell. He's doing crunches. It is the most, but the look at the guy. He's amazing.
He's in great shape. But I was like, is he wearing boots and leather pants?
He's wearing boots and leather pants during his workout.
While he was exercising?
While he's exercising.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's working.
Yeah, it works for him. Yeah. All right, and technically that's it in music news because this show that I have to announce is not a music-based show.
Oh.
So we are going to pass this information along. It's a show that's going to be at the Keswick Theater. It will be on a Friday, October 18th. Great night to get out and see a show. Tickets go on sale this Friday at AXS.com, and we are promoting the fact that it is Andrew Dice Clay. Andrew Dice Clay will be at the Keswick Theater again in Glenside, and tickets go on sale this Friday, 10 a.m. via AXS.com.
We'd love to get it back in the studio.
Yeah.
I'm sure that we'll have some tickets to give away at some point or another, but Friday, October 18th is when that is. So Andrew Dice Clay, oi!
I was looking at some older stuff, and it still gets you.
Yeah.
Yep, he definitely went to the depths.
Yep.
Definitely. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second and wrap up the show when we return. Stay with us. Breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
You know, the Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God. Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning. Yes. The greatest host of game shows I've ever met. No question. And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
It's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal. Sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
Cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting. Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here. Grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
and they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be a total.
After the
it's going to be a total at the end.
All right. Question two. While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English. Okay. Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, and we were out in London. Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing or whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes, you have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mixer or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. That's shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's we, till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common.
To Montana, 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Song is called Savage. 10:37 on this Tuesday morning. Record temperature, super duper hot, 100 degrees. I'm not sure if it's like an all-time record or anything like that, but they are certainly the hottest temperatures we have had in over a decade. 100 degrees, supposed to hit triple digits today on the thermometer, and then the heat index is going to be like 105 to 110 degrees. So it's going to be really, really gnarly today, and hopefully you can make it through it, because after tomorrow we get some afternoon thunderstorms, and that's supposed to kind of cool things off and get us a little bit more back to normal. Just get this humidity out of here, man. This sopping wet steam bath feel that when you step outside,
don't like it.
It just immediately you can feel it on your skin.
And in your home, like a good AC system, removes that moisture. I think that's more important in a HVAC system, the ability to do that.
Yep. So anyhow, it's where we are, and I want to do a couple of thank yous. Thank you to Olympian Allie Wilson.
Yeah. She's
Olympic
great.
Track and field athlete. She does the 800-meter run. She is from Delaware County, went to Strathaven High School, and she was just lovely this morning. How can you not love that guy? What
She's
a great
wonderful.
personality.
I mean, you
totally
figure-
up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no. You figure, all right, she's got the Olympics in a couple of weeks. No, she's got another competition that she's going to, an international competition next week.
She's staying competing, and which is smart. And the fact that she said if she wins the gold, she will personally thank us from the podium. I think it's
from
amazing.
the podium. Yeah. She'll do the shocker. While she's up on there. And
Absolutely.
everyone will see. But she was great, man, and we wish her the best. That was an awesome conversation. Then we had, speaking of the Olympics, from Xfinity, we had Jennifer Bilotta, the vice president of communications, and Vito Forlenza, who's the vice president of Xfinity Entertainment Applications, and they were giving us a rundown of the coverage they're going to be doing for the Olympics, and it's pretty awesome how they have it set up. You essentially can, with your voice remote, say Olympics, and then you can start to tailor what exactly events you want to see. You can essentially have it just alert you and also record or have a schedule ready for you of just the things that you want to see.
I've never heard of anything like this, and it's sort of been the daunting thing of the Olympics. If you're someone who really loves particular events, you now, just by the voice remote, you can get in, set up what you want, and you're good to go.
Yep. So it was cool having those guys by, and you will be covered. And then we made a concert announcement or a show announcement. Andrew Dice Clay is coming to town Friday, October 18th at the Keswick Theater. Tickets are on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via AXS.com. So it's a full day today. We also have to get a Tattoosday winner. You want to do that now?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
All right, let's do that right now. Congratulations are in order for Melissa Stewart of Blackwood, New Jersey. And Melissa is getting a $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can, of course, stop by the shop sometime, 1729 South Street in Philly. And for artwork samples, go to floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Hello.
It is nice to see you on this most disgustingly hot day today.
No, dude, something has changed. It's freezing out there.
Oh, my God.
I mean, wear your snowshoes to get to the car.
Oh, I forgot to mention, actually, over the weekend, we were in the middle of a heat wave.
Yes.
There was actually a snow anomaly that took place over the weekend.
Around here?
Yes, around here. Now, technically, it was with the thunderstorms that came through. It was a hailstorm, which is, on a technical side, reported as a form of snow.
Yes.
Wow.
So there was snowfall.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Isn't that crazy?
I made a snowman.
But you're right. Preston said earlier, when you have the temperature goes up this high and there is a cold air situation that comes in, you get some raging lightning storms.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Indeed. By the way, Dr. Geddy Lee.
Oh, my God.
That was brilliant. Dr. Geddy Lee. God, it was so priceless.
Loved it.
Yeah.
How you doing today?
Good. I'm good. I'm ready to rock.
All right. Shall we do the letter?
Ready to rock.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
L as in letter.
All right. Perfect. And we have 4 of them to keep track of, and we will give away a 4-pack of tickets to see Ellen DeGeneres. Ellen's Last Stand, Wednesday, July 31st at the Academy of Music. And then she says she's hanging it up
That's
for
it.
good.
Done.
After this. Tickets are on sale now via ensembleartsphilly.org. So we will give that away on Friday. What you doing today, man?
Oh, where do I start? Yesterday, we had 5th row tickets for the big Def Leppard Journey Steve Miller show, which is coming up. We also yesterday gave away a whole row of tickets to a lady named Linda, I think from Norristown. She got 10 tickets, a whole row of her own for that show. Today we've got row 4 to give away, tickets in the 4th row for the Journey Steve Miller Def Leppard show at the ballpark on Tuesday.
It's a pretty wild bill, man. It's a cool lineup.
I mean, it's you know, the concerts are expensive these days, and everything about them. I was talking about seeing the Pretenders at the Fillmore. I bought a beer. It was $15. It was, you know, granted, it was a craft beer, but whatever. At any rate, so you want to get your money's worth.
You get your money's worth with you. A lineup like that, you're not going to go wrong.
Song after song after song. So that'll be cool. Let's see. Also, I will have Workforce Blocks of Live for Ed Kowalczyk's birthday. Police for Stuart Copeland's birthday. You can kiss my ass, Preston.
I love
that. And also Green Day. And if all of that's not enough on a Double Shot Tuesday, we're going to get a call from a wayward DJ heading southwest. John DeBella and his wife Lisa sold their house in the area. And she's already down in Nashville where they have another house and are setting up shop. And he is driving from, he left at 3 or 4 this morning and is on the road for a 14-hour journey. So I said to him, I had dinner with him on Friday. I said, you got to call me. Yeah. You got to do a call in from the road. It's not exactly, Casey and Jackie and on the road, but it's something.
No, yeah, he's and it's something he's been talking about forever. Mm-hmm. He's finally doing it,
right?
And I think he has his son is down there as well.
Right.
Is he not? Yeah,
right. So it's a whole new chapter. He did a nice Facebook posting on it the other day. I think he's a little more emotional about it and a little more surprised at how emotional he got about it because even though he's a New Yorker, he's been here in Philly all this time.
And this is where, and honestly, I always said, and we've said for years after he retired, he's John DeBella here.
Right.
Yeah.
In Nashville, it's going to be a little different. Yeah, but still, there you go.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe he'll get a job cleaning a studio. Who knows? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But John's going to call at some point over the afternoon from the road somewhere on the way to Nashville.
Nice. Excellent. Be good to hear from him. All right. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Tomorrow, it's Wednesday, Fox Good Day. We'll do the Hershey Park giveaway in lieu of the secret text word, so get yourself set for that. Actress and comedian Lisa Ann Walter is going to
Love her.
We love her. She is so awesome. She'll be in our studio. And we will also have in our studio Jake Heller, who is America's best cheesemonger, and he's from our area.
Yes. We're not
What's
kidding.
a cheesemonger?
They're the people that specialize in cheeses.
Oh.
So you have fishmongers and cheesemongers.
I thought it was like a hoarder.
No.
Okay.
He's
Cheese hoarders are less impressive.
Pretty much, he's the expert. He's the America's expert in cheese.
Okay.
And he's he's in our area. Wow. All right, that is it. We are done.
Sacre bleu.
Ray John. Well, we'll ask him about Pierre Robert. It's a cheese.
Yes,
Yeah.
please do.
We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Thank you.